Test.
The Senate will come to order. Senators will be in their seats. The clerk will call the roll.
Alley, Baumgardner, Billinger, Bowers, Clays, Corson, Dietrich, Dahl, Erickson, Fagg, Faust-Godot, Francisco, Gossage, Haley, Hawk, Hildebrand, Holland, Holscher, Kirshen, Close, Longbine, Masterson, McGinn, Olson, O'Shea, Peck, Peterson, Petty, Pittman, Pyle, Steffen, Straub, Sullentrop, Sykes, Thompson, Tyson, Ware, Warren, Wilborn.
Senators and their guests, please rise and give prayerful attention to the chaplain.
Please join me in prayer. Heavenly Father, in Genesis 39, verse 2, you were with Joseph, and he was successful. In 2 Kings 18, verse 7, you were with Hezekiah, and he prospered. In Deuteronomy 31, it was through Moses that you told your people to be determined and confident, because you would be with them in their present struggles and not abandon them in their efforts to move forward. Lord, in the same way you were with them back then, we need you to be with us now. One of the wonderful divine names we are given in Isaiah 7:14 is Emmanuel, God with us. Lord, as we move forward from this point, help us to keep in mind that you are with us, and knowing that you are with us is satisfying. For it means that everything, whether it looks like it or not, is securely and confidently in your hands. In steadfast, unwavering faith, I thank you for your steadfast, unwavering presence. In Jesus' name, amen.
Please continue standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands,
One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Recognize the senator from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The Fed and State Committee is requesting a meeting at the rail at this time for bill introduction.
Please note reference of bills on pages 1 and 2 of the calendar. The chair recognizes the Majority Leader from Sedgwick, Senator Sullentrop.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
I move the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of bills on the calendar under the heading of General Orders.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries. The chair appoints the senator from Cloud, Senator Bowers, to preside over the Committee of the Whole.
Good morning. The Senate, having resolved itself into the Committee of the Whole, will now consider those items listed on the calendar under heading of General Orders. And at this moment, we're going to stand at ease just for a few minutes until our Fed and State Committee returns. I believe we're ready to get started. We'll now turn our attention to Senate Bill 120. The chair recognizes the senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Senate Bill 120 is a bill that would establish the joint House and Senate Committee on Foster Care Oversight. It is patterned directly off of the Bob Bethel Oversight Committee. If anybody's familiar with that, the only thing different is the task and the role that it will be is strictly on foster care. With that, Madam Chair, I will stand for questions.
Are there questions from the senator? Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just stand in support of this bill. I do, however, have an amendment, and it is 1511.
Have you turned it in?
I have.
And what is that number?
1511.
Would you like to explain the amendment or have it read?
I will be happy to explain it. And I know, speaking to the chair of the committee, he had just tried to do this the same as the Bob Bethel. I was a little concerned that we're letting the House have an extra voice on this, and so I'm just trying to, I'm adding another member, so there would be 12 on the committee, and it's mirroring what we're doing on the House, letting the minority party have 2. It would be the same on the Senate, that the minority would have 2. And I'd be happy to stand for questions.
Are there questions from the senator from Johnson? Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do appreciate the Senate Minority Leader talking to me ahead of time on this. I understand her position on it. We did model this directly off of the Bob Bethel Oversight Committee, and the committee members are set the same way. So with that, I'll just leave it up to the body to see what they prefer on this. So thank you.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Rumgarter.
Senator from Miami is happy to
Sorry,
speak.
Senator.
Nope, that's quite all right. Thank you very much. I know that the carrier of this bill and I both served on the Foster Care Oversight Task Force that met during the interim. And in fact, we met for 8 different days throughout the interim. And this was the bill that we have before us, the base bill, is exactly what was recommended by that committee. It came out of the interim. And at no time during our hearing on this bill was there a suggestion of the change. I will be opposing this amendment because it is not consistent with what both the House and the Senate agreed on during the interim meeting, and it's not consistent with what was discussed and worked in committee. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Fascadeau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So with the statement that the gentlelady from Miami just made, if the Senator Sykes from Johnson could restate what her amendment does, because I too served on the Special Foster Care Committee, and this is an issue that I have advocated for foster children, child in need of care issues for a long time. So if she could restate what her amendment does.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Yes, thank you. This is adding 1 additional member to the committee. So instead of 11, it would be 12. So we would have 6 members from the Senate and 6 members from the House. I'm trying not to give the House an advantage over the Senate when they are looking at these issues that are so important to our state.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Fascadeau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if the gentlelady from Johnson could tell us currently what's the number of members from the Senate and the House?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Currently, there are 5 members from the Senate.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Fascadeau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So those 5 members from the Senate, are they, what's the number of Republicans and Democrats?
There are 4 Republicans and 1 Democrat.
So, Madam Chair, if I may, so to the Senator Sykes from Johnson, so we're just adding 1 additional member to the Senate, and that additional member would be from the majority leadership or majority party or the minority party.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
We would be adding 1 more member, so there would be 3 members or 4 members from the majority and 2 members from the minority.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Fascadeau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, that sounds fair to me, so I rise in support of the amendment.
Are there additional questions for the senator from Johnson? I see none. You may make your motion. You may move. Senator Hildebrand, did you have a comment? Okay.
I would yield to the senator from Sedgwick. He was standing.
Thank you.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I was just wondering, would this be an additional cost?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
It would pay for the transportation if it was not in session, or one additional person.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Now I see no more questions. You may move your amendment. Oh, I'm going to have to pay a little more attention. Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
I decided to get up this morning, Madam Chair. A question for the carrier of the bill. Is this a new committee you're proposing?
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
Madam Chair, I'd love to answer that, but we are not on the bill. We are on the amendment.
Madam Chair, can I get an answer to that question? On the bill, not the amendment. I know we're on the amendment, but to answer the question on the amendment that was previously asked, I need that answer on the question on the bill.
Senator Hildebrand, would you make an exception?
I will for you this time. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, it is a new oversight committee made up of legislators.
Thank you,
Senator
Madam
from
Chair.
Brown,
I appreciate
Senator Pyle.
that answer. So backing up to the previous question that was, is this an additional cost on the additional member? The whole thing's an additional cost. All of it's an additional cost, Madam Chair. I just want to make sure the body understands clearly. Thank you.
Senator Johnson, I don't believe I see any other questions. Would you like to move your amendment?
I will. There is no foul play here. I am just trying to make sure that the Senate has a good standing position when this joint committee is meeting. And as I have looked at all of the joint committees, most of them do have the same members from the House and the Senate. So we are just adding, so we would have 6 senators, 4 of which would be from the majority party, 2 from the minority, and that would be the same in the House. You would have 4 from the majority, 2 from the minority. Sometimes math is hard. I'm just going to say you would have 8 from the majority party and 4 from the minority party, but we're going to be consistent and have 6 members from both the House and Senate. With that, I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. A division has been called. All those in favor of the motion, please stand. Those opposed, please stand. Nineteen. 13 having voted in favor and 19 against. The motion fails. We're back on the bill. Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Vascadeau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to rise in strong support of the base bill. When I ran for office, it was to come and help fix the child in need of care system. This year I introduced the performance-based contracting legislation to help some of the issues that we all have heard across the state of Kansas affecting this particular issue. So I rise in strong support of the bill. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Are there additional questions for the Senator from Cherokee? Seeing none, you may make your motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 120 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carried. Now we'll turn our attention to Senate Bill 83, and the chair recognizes again the senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Motion passes. You may continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 83 is a bill that the Attorney General brought to us. It would amend provisions in the statute governing the State Child Death Review Board regarding confidentiality of information acquired by and records of the board. And this would just clarify who or change who would have access to that information. And with that, I will stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Cherokee? Senator Petty, Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would ask that we pass over this bill. I have an amendment coming.
All right, without objection, we'll pass over the bill.
Thank you.
Now we'll turn our attention to Senate Bill 86. The chair recognizes the senator from Butler, Senator Fagg, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Senate Bill 86 would amend provisions in the law governing the capers and the application of certain federal IRS code provisions on the retirement system. The bill would amend a provision pertaining to the distribution of benefits to required members receive such benefits from retirement accounts beginning at the age of 72. That would also maintain the age for required minimum distribution of 70 and a half for members born before July 1, 1949. To give you a little bit of background to this, the bill was pre-filed for introduction by the Joint Committee on Pensions, Investments, and Benefits. The committee policy recommendations from the Capers Board of Trustees at their annual meeting and requested the introduction of legislation to address in federal law regarding distribution of certain retirement benefits. So basically what we're doing is taking the Capers and getting it in compliance with what the Secure and the CARES Act was doing, is what this bill is doing. So, and I would say that the fiscal note on it came from the Division of Budget, and according to Capers, there would be no technical and would have no fiscal effect. So at this point, I'd stand for question.
Are there questions for the senator from Butler, Senator Fagg? Senator from Lyons, Senator Longbine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have quite a number of questions concerning minimum age distributions and why they are necessary and why do we need to conform with the IRS, but I suppose I should support my vice chair, so all this is really, even if it is his first time of carrying a bill, so all this really does is it does bring into conformity capers with new minimum required distribution ages that were done at the IRS level. So rather than jeopardize our caper members who are taking minimum required distributions, this bill would put them into compliance with the IRS. I fully support my vice chairman and the bill.
Not seeing any additional questions. Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. In closing, I would say we had one proponent, which was Capers. There was no neutral and no opponents. We had a fiscal note that showed from the Division of Budget, according to Capers, that changes are technical and there would be no fiscal effects. So with that being said, I would move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 86 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Motion. Motion passes.
Well, thank goodness. Huh? Thank you.
They were teasing you, Senator. We now turn our attention to Senate Bill 172. The chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carried. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This Senate Bill 172 is a critical infrastructure bill. Basically, the old version of the bill only dealt with tampering with a pipeline. But as we well know, that critical infrastructure affects us all. We had the Arctic outbreak a week or so ago, and we were all impacted by the loss of electricity. In this case, however, this would be, it would expand the umbrella of critical infrastructure to include a number of different facilities, not only pipelines, but also wastewater, treatment plants, electrical generation facilities, pipelines and refineries, railroad yards, telecom infrastructure, oil storage facilities, and other critical components necessary for public convenience, local economic output, or national defense. And these facilities are already designated as critical infrastructure by the Department of Homeland Security. What this would do was create a four-tier approach to sentencing for anyone convicted of one of these crimes. First would be trespassing on a critical infrastructure facility, which is consent or without consent of the owner or owner's agent, knowingly entering or remaining in a critical infrastructure facility as defined by the bill. That would be a Class A misdemeanor, which maximum fine would be $2,500 and up to 1 year in jail, not imprisonment. The next would be aggravated trespassing on a critical infrastructure facility, and that would add the intent to the bill. In other words, you're trespassing with the intent to damage, destroy, vandalize, deface, or tamper with a critical infrastructure facility or impede or inhibit the operation of the facility. That would be a severity level 7 non-personal felony. That would be presumptive probation. Next level would be criminal damage to a critical infrastructure facility. That's knowingly damaging, destroying, vandalizing, defacing, or tampering with a critical infrastructure facility, or CIF. That would be a severity level 6 non-personal felony. That would be in the border box on your crime sentencing guidelines, so that could go either way. And then finally would be, it would create aggravated criminal damage to a critical infrastructure facility, and that would add the intent to impede or inhibit the operations of the facility. In other words, damaging with the intent to cause access problems to those facilities. You can see on page, I believe it is 3, that lists all the different facilities that fall under this purview. There was a question about dams. It says on line 26 of page 3, a dam that's regulated by state or federal government. More clarification on that, any dam that would be attached, that's attached to a water treatment facility or something of that nature is covered under this, and anything that is not, say a city dam, would come under KSA 82A301. And also this amends the RICO statutes to include these new criminal penalties. You've got some bad actors out there. You've got organized crime, organized protest groups who may coerce or try to get people to do these protests, and the RICO statutes would cover all of that. It also allows for the recovery of civil damages. That's on page 2, line 29 on down through 35. And I believe that covers the bill. And with that, Madam Chair, I will stand for questions.
Are there questions from the Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson? Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am somewhat familiar with this bill because I serve on the committee, but I do have a question for the Senator from Johnson, if he would stand for it.
Yes, Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
I certainly will, Madam Chair.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my understanding is one of the changes that has been made to a previous statute that we had that just involved gas lines was to clearly include underground pipes. But those were included for gas and then also for water. Is that the case?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Yeah, I understand. We had quite a healthy discussion in committee about this, and I checked with the revisers and several other attorneys on this particular case. There are definitions about being enclosed, certain critical infrastructure that's enclosed by a fence. But in this case, someone just standing on ground where there is a pipeline would not rise to the level. There has to be the intent to commit the crime of trespass by physically entering into a pipeline or into land containing such pipelines, or if it's so marked. You know, there are certain critical infrastructure that we can't enclose, like telephone poles. Somebody could try to climb a pole to cut a wire, although it's not advisable. Things that, you know, so this is trying to deal with that. But there are definitions of trespass that this covers, and I'm very comfortable with the reviser's explanation and my several conversations with other attorneys about this. And I understand the senator's, good senator's concerns, but I think we've got this very firmly covered in law.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've had a few email conversations back to back with some of the proponents of this bill, and they pointed out that you would, in fact, to be accused of trespassing, have to knowingly enter or remain in one of these critical infrastructure facilities. I'm not sure that I could fit in a gas pipeline or a water pipeline. Would the senator from Johnson be able to?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Probably not. I've lost some weight, Madam Chair, but probably not some of them, no.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my question is, if we can't physically enter or remain in one of these pipelines, how are they being included under the statute?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Okay. In the statute of trespass, let me check this out here. It's a well-settled term under Kansas law and is part of the definition of ordinary trespassing in KSA 21-5808. There's got to be intent. I've had issues like this on my own property where, particularly when you're dealing with this lower level of trespass, the first one, the Class A misdemeanor. The police come, they ask the person to leave, they leave, everything's good. You know, the courts have some discretion in this manner, but I think it's the intent of staying there. You know, if somebody is doing something on their own property and they accidentally hit a gas line, that's not going to be trespass. It's the intent involved to trespass, to stay there, to impede, to cause problems. And I think even in those cases, in most cases, the police are going to be very lenient in trying to get the situation cleared up before they drag somebody in and start charging them.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually am talking about something different than what would the law of trespass require. I'm asking if the way it's written, this could include that pipeline into that question of trespass, since you can't enter it and you can't remain in it.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, if you're just standing on ground where a pipeline is, that's not trespassing. if it's clearly marked that there's a pipeline in that area and that they don't want you there, then that would be trespassing. I don't know if add further detail, I would yield to the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 215808 says trespass is entering, remaining upon, or in any land, navigable water, structure, vehicle, aircraft, water, or person who knows such person is not authorized and privileged to do so. And then it goes on through there and it says providing that properties are posted and in a manner likely to come to the attention of intruders or are locked out or fenced or otherwise enclosed, that is secured. Hope that helps. Thank you. Yield back to the senator from Thompson. From Johnson.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you to the senator from Sedgwick for that help. But yes, that is what KSA 5808 or 21-5808 says and states. And again, in working with the revisers and several attorneys that we've consulted on this, and we're trying to cover all different possibilities with the intent to protect these critical infrastructure facilities and not the tangential walking over or near a facility. It's more organized activity or somebody with the intent to cause problems.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was trying to point out that this bill may not cover those pipelines that the utilities companies were hoping it did because it's impossible to enter or remain in those pipelines. So if the pipelines themselves are considered the critical infrastructure, we may need to change that definition. I did ask for an amendment to do that. I got a different amendment on the bill now. So if I may, I'd like to change my questioning so that it relates to the amendment that I did receive from the advisor.
You do have an amendment? You do have an amendment? Senator
I do. I'd like to ask a few questions and then...
Okay, you have a few more.
The amendment is not specific to the questions I was asking. That amendment is not here yet.
Okay.
I have a different amendment, and I was just asking to change my line of questioning.
So additional questions. Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the bill, on page 2, lines 39 or 42 to 43, it specifically says the pipeline does not include distribution lines that convey natural gas from a gas main to the ultimate consumer. Why was this taken out of our statute? Why do we not still have that definition?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me look this over, but I'm pretty sure that the people who, the original sponsor of this bill, who were the gas folks, would have thought of that. Let me look this over to make sure. If it is connected up to a gas facility, which all pipelines are, then it would be included. That was the intent of how this was written. In other words, the gas lines aren't there sitting there autonomously, not connected to anything. The pipelines are connected to gas facilities, pipeline transfer facilities, things of that nature, and therefore they would be covered under this bill.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Why had they been excluded previously in protecting these infrastructure facilities that were gas lines that we had addressed before?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
I'm not sure I understand the question. If it's why have we not expanded the definition to cover these other critical infrastructure facilities? Is that the question?
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The question was the lines that conveyed natural gas from a gas main to the ultimate consumer. So the line that ran to your house, that is essentially your responsibility, not the responsibility of the gas company, had been excluded before. Why had it been excluded, and what is the change that it needs to be included?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
If it's on your own property, thank you, Madam Chair, you have the ability to do whatever you want on your own property. Now, a gas main might come through the easement, but on your property, whatever you're doing there for construction or rehabbing a home or something of that nature, you call, you have the gas line marked, you make sure that you're not doing something that will cause damage. And I don't think that if you inadvertently hit one of those gas lines on your own property, they're going to come after you. I believe it is the intent, the trespass intent, as laid out in the statutes, where we start getting into the concerns. There's a number of things in law that we can try to find that fine line between trespass and not trespass. But in this case, we're satisfied with how the revisers have written this up, and I've had numerous conversations with the original sponsor of the bill, and they feel that we are covered sufficiently to handle those situations.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When I spoke to the reviser, it was my understanding that they did not write this bill, although I understand that they prepared it for us. But my concern is, yes, the line that runs from your house to a main is your private property. And so I have an amendment. I've turned it in. It's Amendment 1513.
Do you want to explain your amendment or have it read?
I'd be happy to explain it after there's a chance to distribute it.
Let's let folks come up. Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This simply would insert in the definitions the statement that pipeline does not include any service line that connects a main line to the ultimate consumer. And I'd be happy to stand for questions.
Are there questions for the Senator from Douglas? Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, we've had this conversation again with the revisers and the attorneys, and we feel like the wording of the bill is sufficient to cover what needs to be done in law, and do not consider this a friendly amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. I was part of a pretty good sized utility for 24 years. And the way I see this amendment, number one, it's to the meter. Everything from the meter on out is the utility. After the meter is the homeowner. You can buy insurance to repair that. There's a lot of things. But there's things that you can do as a homeowner to send stuff back into a system that can cause people to die, illnesses, or certain things. So by doing this amendment, you would be taking off the penalty phase. Say you're wanting to do some damage to your surrounding neighborhood, you get an air compressor, you push stuff back into a water system that contaminates 400 houses around you. The critical infrastructure is very important. I mean, you lose a water facility, you don't replace that overnight. It takes months and years to rebuild. Same way with these gas facilities, power facilities, we need to protect them. We need to take this serious. Look what happened. I don't know if it was Wall Street, I don't know if it was Mother Nature, but look what happened just a little over a week ago when either one of the two took the facilities down. We didn't have enough natural gas to provide for all the states that needed it, all the people that needed it. We had rolling blackouts because of it. You lose a facility that's in service when you're meeting that max day, max hour, and you can't produce that power, you have blackouts or you have outages. And if it's one of them critical facilities that takes months to get back up, that's devastating to business, to people, could even cost them their life. I think the underlining bill makes sense. We need to protect these facilities. Someone that spent 24 years on a board of finding the dollars to put the cameras, to hire security. We had manned security at all of our critical facilities. There's a reason for that. If we lost them, we'd be in big trouble. People can do stuff to these facilities easily that can harm people. I think this is a common sense bill, and I urge the body not to support this amendment.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for the senator from Johnson, Senator Olson, if he would stand for it.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
I'm ready.
Yes, proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So was the utility he worked with in Johnson County, Water One?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
It was.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
I know that you always do the wrong thing, and I was anticipating that. So thank you very much, and apologies. So I did talk with the representative from Water One who testified at our committee. I was told that they did not consider including those lines that were not their lines, those lines that belonged to consumers, and they were comfortable with this amendment.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Madam Chairman, I stated my opinion why I'm concerned. If I was on that board, I would probably be directing that board in them concerned efforts. I've seen and went to national conferences for over 24 years on talking about water security and many things with water. Also, I'm a reasonable person. Common sense tells you the damage that could be done. And I've seen what happens when everything's going great and two 20,000-pound joints come tumbling out of the ground and you'll lose 60% of your capacity and you're scrambling to get everything going. It wasn't an easy day. We had a boil order. It was a catastrophe, really, but no one's seen it coming. I understand all the workings that day because I was the chairman that day when it happened. And I know the disaster that comes along with it. And I would hate to see a water utility, it doesn't matter the size of it. You know, probably smaller could even make it easier, more vulnerable. You know, a gas company, we just seen what happened with gas prices. If we would lose one of these major reservoirs of natural gas or where the pumps are to pump them out, it'd be a disaster for the price of gas in this region. Same way with a power facility. These are critical infrastructure. There's no reason for someone to be inside these facilities that should not be there. So I'm not going to support this amendment. I'm going to support this bill. Thank you.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll concur with the Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson. And one other thing, the public facilities that I'm attached to at my house require backflow valves for our water lines so that we don't, siphon something back into the water main. So there's all sorts of different considerations, but the intent of this bill is to protect those critical infrastructures. One of the examples cited in committee was, in fact, a fellow who hacked into a water facility down in Florida near Tampa and attempted to poison the water supply. So, there's a lot of serious concerns and some of the hidden costs that go with protecting these, as the Senator for Johnson indicated, the security measures that are necessary. Up in North Dakota, they had the Dakota Access Pipeline. They had 761 arrests on that pipeline. It accounted for $38 million in extra law enforcement cost. So this is a serious bill, and this is covering, trying to protect all of our citizens and do so in a common sense manner. When we get down to these, where does it connect up? Are you standing on some property with a pipeline? It really comes down to intent. It comes down to whether or not somebody is there with the intent of trespassing, and the law enforcement people and the judges and the courts have the ability to sort this out. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't believe any of the examples that have been given regarding concerns deal with the service line that connects a main line to the ultimate consumer. I think they're talking about much larger facilities, and those would not be affected by this amendment. This amendment is just clearly identifying what ownership is an individual's versus what critical infrastructure facilities are owned by the natural gas companies or the water companies.
Are there additional questions for the Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco? I see none. You may close on your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do think we should distinguish between that infrastructure that's owned by individual property owners and responsibility of individual property owners and critical infrastructure. I think my amendment addresses this, and I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion fails. We're back on the bill. Additional questions on the bill? Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm back to my concern about whether you can enter into or remain in a pipeline. So I believe there's some confusion the way the bill is written. They say that critical infrastructure includes pipelines, but by their own definition, I think they've excluded them. I have an amendment. It's number 1518, and I've turned it in.
Thank you. We'll give a moment for the people to come up and pick it up, Senator. Would you like to explain your amendment or have it read?
I'd be happy to explain my amendment.
Okay. You may proceed.
So this bill defines aggravated trespassing on a critical infrastructure facility to knowingly entering or remaining in. My amendment would also add or maintaining direct physical contact with, so that pipelines could be included in the protections that are looking to be granted. I'd stand for questions.
Are there questions for the Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco? Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
I'm looking this over for what this would do to the bill. And again, I believe that our advisors have done their due diligence on this and feel like that amending the bill in any way would be a problem for us. And so I would not support this amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Are there additional questions from Senator from Douglas? Senator Francisco on her amendment. I see none. Senator Francisco, if you'd like to move your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did work with the reviser. I believe the reviser also had a question about whether it would be possible to enter or remain in an underground pipe. And the reviser was the one that offered this amendment. With that, I move this amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Motion fails. We're back on the bill. Any additional questions for the Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson? Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of questions for the carrier of the bill. When I read through the material, it seems as though there's no impact on beds. Is that a true statement?
There was nothing in the fiscal note that would indicate what that impact would be. That is correct.
Madam Chair, is there...
Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you. Sorry to go out of protocol there. Is another question for the good senator. Would that be because there has been no incidents of this happening in Kansas?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
The intent of the bill is to prevent that from happening in Kansas and to create a deterrent, Madam Chair.
Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
And the grid that you referred to, when we talked about the level 5, preventing it from being presumptive parole, that's with no previous record, correct?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
That's incorrect. You can have a non-person felony. You can have several non-person felonies and still have presumptive probation.
Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
I believe it's 2+ misdemeanors at a level 5 would put you in the border box, and then one non-person brings you into the non-presumptive parole. But however, I'll get on with my point. I believe this bill has a great intent. I think the senator from Johnson County, who was on a utility board for many years, understands the criticality of this. It was brought up in the last week. We lost power and had rolling blackouts throughout the power pool. However, none of that was due to any of this activity that's being referenced here. I think the good senator mentioned Wall Street might have been the perpetrator of that, the perpetrator of these rolling blackouts that actually caused critical problems in our delivery of electricity. And I am amazed at our energy companies and utility companies. When I turn on a light, I have that childlike amazement that it comes on solid with a very regulated amount. I am absolutely behind our utility companies for providing these things, and I'm very interested in helping them protect their assets. However, as I looked across the country this last year, we had a lot of criminal justice protests going on. And we in this legislature, in my history here, we tend to ratchet our criminal penalties up, and up. And here we are introducing 4 new crimes that are very severe. If we look at another crime out there, felony battery. Felony battery. This is intentionally causing physical contact with another person, or intentionally causing bodily harm to another person with a deadly weapon in a manner whereby great bodily harm, disfigurement, or death can be inflicted. That's a level 7. Now, for those who are uninitiated in our sentencing grid, it goes from 9 to 1, 9 being the lowest, 7 is in there, 5 is up there. 5 guarantees that someone's going to do some time, especially if they have any kind of non-person felony, or maybe they got caught with a little bit too much of some illicit substance sometime in the past. These are severe penalties, and we need to have laws that have teeth, but the penalty should match the crime here. And I'm afraid, without this going through our judiciary committee, who's very familiar with our sentencing grid, this might have gotten lost on some of the people in the committee. I don't know. This has come along pretty quickly. It's a few weeks in to the session. I think I could support an underlying bill, but there are no gradations about the severity of damages that are done in this most severe, what is it called? Aggravated criminal damage. And if you look, let me just point out, if you look at what the definition of criminal damage is in here, on page 1, line 34 through 36, criminal damage to a critical infrastructure facility is knowingly damaging, destroying, vandalizing, defacing, or tampering. So vandalizing and defacing basically could be spray painting something. So some guy, 18 years old, goes out there, decides to deface. Let's look at some of the places that they could deface. I agree, if we're gonna shut down a nuclear facility from this, we need to put some teeth in this law. There should be extreme penalties for that. But if we're going out to, let's see, a wireless telecommunication infrastructure, maybe a tower, a cable television head end, broadband infrastructure, maybe a propane tank or storage facility, a railroad yard, railroad track. I don't know how many times I've seen lots of spray paint out there. It seems as though this is far-reaching and broad in terms of the penalties we're creating, very severe in terms of the impact on people's lives, and that disturbs me. I think that we can rework this and put gradations in here for the level of damage that was done here, and not these small things. This seems to be punitive on the lower end of the infraction level. And so I do stand against this because it seems as though we are ratcheting up crime here unnecessarily without any incidences in Kansas, without prioritizing the critical infrastructures and actually watering this down by putting all these other things into it. My last point is the racketeering piece. Now, racketeering, for those who don't know, it's when organized groups run illegal businesses, right? They tend to deal with illegal gambling, prostitution, drug trafficking, counterfeiting, embezzlement, and extortion. Now, what we're doing in this bill is if I've trespassed, and it doesn't say knowingly or with intent when it says trespass, but if I trespass, I get charged and I'm found guilty of that. That's mark number 1. And if something happens again, maybe on a rubber plant, as that's included inside of here, and we walk on those grounds, uninvited, maybe to investigate some pollution going on, I don't know what they're doing, that's number 2, and all of a sudden, I could be found guilty of racketeering. Racketeering is meant to go after some of the highest level gang and drug organizations out there. And to put some of these crimes into that category seems a bit ridiculous to me. So while I really do support some of the underlying messages, I just think this is a little overreaching. And so I do have those concerns, Madam Chair, and I'll sit down now.
Are there additional questions from Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson? Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not a question, just want to speak briefly to a comment that was made on the floor. I do serve on the Utilities Committee, and we heard and worked this very important bill. If you're trespassing near one of these facilities, you're not there for a good intent. And we saw during the last week or two with the cold spell how critically important it is that we are able to secure these facilities for the health and welfare of the public. And that, I would argue, also includes the telecommunication and the cable so that people can get their information timely, so they can communicate with loved ones far away, so they can reach out and call public authorities for help and to notify them what's going on. So I stand in support of this bill. We need to take these actions that occur at these facilities seriously because they have far-reaching impact of citizens in the public across the state. If you've interfered with a facility, it could cause great damage to those families and loved ones across the state. So I rise in support of this bill. I think it's appropriate, and we need to send a message that you cannot improperly interfere with these facilities that are protected under this bill. I think that's something Kansans would support, and that's why I'm standing behind it as well. Thank you.
There are additional questions. Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson. Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Ware.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I'm wondering if, now, of course, we need to protect all these critical infrastructure. We can't function as a society without them, the way we're set up now anyway, for sure. But I have a question about what the senator from Johnson just said. I'm wondering if she would please define the word good.
Senator from Johnson Warren, would you like to answer a question? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Ware.
Well, she suggested, or actually she stated, she just said that obviously if someone is in the vicinity of a critical infrastructure, that obviously their intent was not good. That's an awful big statement. There are many, many reasons. Perhaps the person is there to make their voice known. Perhaps there are any number of reasons to assume, to start with the assumption that any person is in that situation is obviously up to something nefarious and not simply making their voice known. Anyway, just as a person who likes to have the ability to put my voice out there so that society, so that government, so that anyone else can understand their point of view, there is nothing wrong with a lawful statement. And to say that if you're there, you automatically are doing something wrong strikes me quite strange.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I took the senator from Johnson's remarks as if you are trespassing, which by definition you are breaking the law. There's a time and place for letting your voice be heard. Trespassing and being on someone's property unlawfully does signal that you are there by that very action for not positive intent. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Johnson, Senator Thompson.
I think we're overlooking, thank you, Madam Chair. I think we're overlooking the common sense approach to this in many different ways. If you decide you want to get onto that property for whatever reason, you can always seek the permission of the owners of that property. Intent also involves a pattern of behavior. If you have consistently showed up on this property and people have told you to get off, or there's a pattern of behavior involved. And that pattern of behavior could be determined to be good or bad. There are proper ways in our society to protest things. Peacefully protesting, not damaging property, like we've seen with many of the organized activities in the Pacific Northwest. that damaged billions of dollars of infrastructure and people's businesses. Protests are part of the American way, but it's peaceful protests. There's a time and a place for it. It's the reason we have rules here in this body, so that we can discuss this. But when you start damaging property, even painting on someone's property, that's something that somebody, graffiti. If somebody spray paints graffiti on my car, I don't want that. I'm gonna have to fix it if I want to. And that somebody could decide that's their way to protest. But that's violating my personal rights. And so the intent is in this bill through the law, through trespass law, common trespass law, and determining that intent involves a pattern of behavior. And that's how I would do it. And again, we're also overlooking that if you go to court for one of these, you have your due process. A judge, and sometimes in the criminal, a jury is going to decide what you intended to do. And you have the chance to plead your case right there. The police don't make that determination, the courts do. And so I would argue this bill is solid. There's a need for this bill, even though it hasn't happened in Kansas. We don't want it to happen in Kansas. Other states have adopted similar bills to try to prevent this sort of thing. And all you have to do is look at what's happened in other states with damage to these sort of facilities. Just for the protest factor, there are ways you can protest peacefully and get your message across without damaging people's property, without the intent of doing something to disrupt people's lives. And that's what this bill is intended to do, so that we don't have a loss of water, a loss of gas, a loss of electricity to who knows how many people. The other thing is, part of this is to protect these young people themselves. If they shouldn't be on that property, there are signs, there are dangers involved. So, they may not be the sharpest crayon in the box. They crawl over the line, crawl over and they trespass on property that's actually dangerous to them. Part of this is protecting those people from their own ignorance. So I think that, let the courts deal with this stuff. That's what they are there for. We write the bills to try to prevent and create a deterrent for this sort of activity. And I believe this bill is necessary in the current form that it's in.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Weir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We keep hearing the word intent, and clearly that isn't, you can't write intent into the bill. The thing is that it is, in fact, if someone is in a situation, the police show up, they have to make a decision, even though we've heard otherwise. Police do have to make the decision on the spot what the person's intent is. Now, it may be further looked into in court, but that as a remedy for the person arrested whose intent was misunderstood may not even be feasible. They may not have the means. They may not have a decent lawyer. There are any number of things that we have unintended consequences with this issue of intent. I think it's rife with difficulties and curtailing of our freedoms. Thank you.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the senator from Leavenworth brought some great points about, increasing our penalties. I will just say, I've had a bill, it's currently Senate Bill 192, and we can't even enforce the current law we have on the books about relinquishing guns for domestic violence. People who've been convicted of that. And, we've had a lot of conversation about speedy trial. I don't think any of us, question wanting to protect our critical infrastructure. But I think we are putting more of a burden on our judicial branch. So I'm going to make a motion that we refer this back to judiciary.
This motion is in order and is debatable. Senator Thompson, or Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you. I am on Judiciary Committee, Madam Chair. I have been for the last 2 sessions. So I think the result would be a waste of time. We would come out with the same bill, and we would be right here at a later date doing the same debate over and over again. I don't believe it's necessary to do that. We vetted this in our committee. We had hearings for 2 days from opponents and proponents, and it came out of committee. And again, judiciary is overloaded too. We've got a lot of bills running through there. We heard this bill, and Senator Warren, or Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, who is an attorney, sits on that committee, and she is the chairman of judiciary. And I believe, had there been a problem with the bill, she would have spoken up in opposition, but that was not the case. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
I think the senator from Johnson, the maker of the motion, is every intent is good in his heart, according to whatever definition we determined here, in terms of making this bill a good bill for infrastructure protection. I do support the motion, though. I think that versus the good senator who's carrying the bill, there might be an opportunity to make this bill something that everyone can support. The fact is, when he mentioned the car that could get spray painted, that is an act. It's a criminal act against property, and there are penalties against that. They match the crime. However, we don't throw them away with no chance of parole for 3 to 4 years automatically, and exponentially beyond that as we get more and more history behind that. I think we can fix this thing and make it better. I do hope the body will support the other senator from Johnson's motion on this, and I hope we can pass and make this better. Thank you.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. However, I am from Butler.
I'll look at my list a little clearer. Proceed.
That is okay. Committee, I'd just ask us to reject the motion. Let's get on with business. The Judiciary Committee is very full, and not that they don't, and the chair has reviewed the information, so, and we're early in the process. We have several steps to go. We have several more things to take care of even yet today. So I'll just ask you to reject the motion and continue with business. Thank you.
Are there additional questions? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I guess my question as to whether or not I support the motion kind of goes back to some of the discussion. In full disclosure, I haven't fully read the bill. It's just been the bill brief and some of the points that have been made during the course of this discussion. I guess if the carrier of the bill could help me clarify before I decide which way I would vote on the senator from Johnson, Leader Sykes's motion. I guess my question is quite simply, Madam Chair, if I could ask him, does this bill in its current form increase the crime of the misdemeanor vandalism? In short, Madam Chair, what I'm trying to ask Senator from Johnson, in a plain meaning reading of this bill, is it the senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson's impression that vandalism like graffiti is more heavily criminalized than it is in our current statute?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
With regard to whether or not that vandalization happened on a critical infrastructure facility, it would. Vandalization of private property would not. In this case, we're talking about doing so on critical infrastructure and facilities, and in that case, yes.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
So thank you for that response, Madam Chair and Senator from Johnson. You know, I've looked at sentence enhancements for many years and the underlying crimes. For one, as a brief aside, hate crimes or bias crimes, I've always thought we should enhance the penalty for those underlying motives, that if somebody committed a crime because they felt there was a bias or hate, then the underlying crime, whatever it was, including vandalism, if they spray painted graffiti on a place of worship or what have you, that if they did that because of bias, we should enhance the penalty phase. It's been part of my discussion for a long time. I'm not sure, Madam Chair, if spray painting a CIF, in this case, would merit, because it does not interfere with the, especially if it doesn't interfere with the function of the CIF. If it is a topical interruption, but not one to the function of that CIF, we should not be contemplating, in my mind, enhancing that underlying misdemeanor crime. So as a member of the Judiciary Committee, as you are, Madam Chair, and as I am, I think that it could be a brief evaluation going down one at a time to understand how we are in fact changing, or how this bill, which is innocent as it seems, because none of us want to see a CIF's function interrupted, but at the same time, some of these sideline concerns, and for me, it does come down to graffiti, and I think the Senator from Thompson said that indeed graffiti could be criminalized, more so than it is. That's a major concern, and it will lead to, if not bed space impact, at least to allowing for additional crimes that wouldn't ordinarily be so penalized. So I think judiciary can undertake this, and I think we all should be very careful about how we take what seem to be good intentions and allow for deeper crimes or to be committed where there is a misdemeanor. So I do support the motion, and I thank the Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson, for the clarification, and the Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes, for bringing it.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to clarify that, and thanks, Senator from Wyandotte, on that. Just want to make very, very clear on this. There's a step before you get to the vandalization portion. The trespassing is just without consent of the owner or owner's agents knowingly entering or remaining in a critical infrastructure facility. So that's the first crime, a trespass. It doesn't go to aggravated trespass until you show the intent to damage, destroy, vandalize, deface, or tamper with a critical infrastructure facility or impede or inhibit the operations thereof. So in other words, just your common trespass doesn't involve the vandalization. If you trespass and intend to vandalize, and vandalize could be a lot more than spray paint. It could be damage to prohibit the operation of the facility. You know, how else do we describe that? Because vandalization has a very wide berth. And therefore, you're committing two crimes, which is what causes that to step up to a severity level 7 non-person felony. And you still are in the presumptive probation. So somebody who would get drawn into the moment with a crowd of people deciding to do this could still get probation and not add to the bed space. But you do it again, and then you do it again, then you're exhibiting a pattern of behavior. Your intent is there at that point. And that's why we need this stepped approach that we have in this bill.
Just a reminder to the committee, we are on the motion to refer this to Utilities, Senate Bill 172, Would you like to speak to that amendment?
I would.
Senator
That's all right.
from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think the Utilities Committee's done a great job on this bill. I've been here a long time. I heard earlier when we were discussing the bill, nuclear plants were brought up. Well, let me tell you, this is not going to happen at a nuclear plant because we've already put that into effect. If you're inside, they have 5 layers of containment. If you're inside that inner containment without a pass or visibly, they can see, they've got sharpshooters to shoot to kill. And they've got the authority to use them to protect them facilities. They've got assets at them facilities to protect. We need to protect our utilities. So by sending this back to committee, delaying this process, that's all we're doing. We're delaying it. We need to pass this bill, the underlining bill, so we can protect our infrastructure. These are our taxpayers' dollars. When someone spray paints a facility, which would be a low-level crime, I would think, they're still damaging our facilities. Who pays to take that off? The ratepayers, the consumers. They're picking up the tab. We need to pass the underlining bill. It protects these facilities from damages being done, interruptions from happening. We don't need to delay it. We don't need to wait until next year because we're sending it back to committee. I mean, you've got the chair of Judiciary Committee here. I mean, she supports the bill. I mean, it's time to move forward. It's not, let's don't play this little game of re-referring it back to committee. I've re-referred plenty of bills back to committee. A lot of times you're trying to kill them or send them somewhere to have another whack and a different group of people stopping that bill from getting back to the floor. This underlining bill really helps Kansas to protect their facilities. Let's don't play games with it. Let's don't re-refer it back to committee. So I urge the body to vote no on this motion and then yes on the next motion. Thank you.
Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman, and we are on the motion to send Senate Bill 172 to Judiciary. I misspoke with you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I'll just point out, certainly isn't my intent supporting this to play games. I really want to make this a good bill that I can support with all constituents. I'll just point out that some of these facilities we're talking about protecting are outside the scope of state-owned tax dollars. Railroads, for example, I don't think we own those. Steel-making facilities, there's a number of crude oil places, propane tanks, petroleum refineries, rubber manufacturing. You know, we don't own these facilities. And one could argue, why are they included inside some of these, the critical infrastructure plan? I understand the chair, she does support this of Judiciary. That's no problem. I'm not saying that she will or will not change her mind, but there is a committee process in there that could take a look at this. That is a great place to look at things where we are increasing sentencing guidelines. Vandalism is here. The intent to get onto a property and trespass is there. There's a whole series of things where the felony uptick is quite large, and so I do support this motion.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do appreciate I'll take it as a compliment, trying to refer to a bill back to my committee where we do good work. And so I thank the good senator, the minority leader, for that compliment. And I would, though, point out to the body and for those listening online that in Judiciary Committee, 5 of our 9 committee members also serve on utilities. So 5 of our 9 committee members in Judiciary already heard this bill and worked it in Utilities Committee, and I think we need to respect the committee process and the committee work that was done in Utilities on this bill. The body is aware of my position on the bill, and with that, then I would echo some of the comments of those who are speaking against the motion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm one of the members of Judiciary that doesn't sit on Utilities, and I did not hear the reasons that we were having enhanced criminal penalties, which is traditionally in Senate or House Judiciary Committee, why it was being undertaken under the base bill for utilities. Certainly I understand that CIFs are utilities in and of themselves, but the base reason for this bill is related to what criminal penalties will be employed. I don't know how often utilities deals with the RICO Act, the Racketeering Act, for example, which has been traditionally dealt with in the Judiciary Committee. I don't know why the basis for the very learned members of utilities were to assess when criminal penalties would be employed and the grid would be changed. I know that they certainly understand the issues of utility functions better. With those 5 members, as the senator from Johnson, Senator Warren said, with them being there, having the bill in the Judiciary Committee would help it go smoother for those of us who are accustomed, as I am, to looking at what the grid, how the grid would be changed. And it should be a simple matter to, I think, tweak it to ensure that we are putting in place a bill that does penalize the disruption of these entities, these CIFs, and not instead put in place the very costly enhancement for certain crimes like vandalism. I am concerned about that one, Madam Chair. That kind of stuck in my craw, only because you know, you're gonna suddenly have people going to prison where we do pay if we enhance this. We are gonna be, but we do pick up that cost because some errant person trespassed and sprays, and someone's mad at them because they sprayed up the place and put their graffiti up. And so then we, the taxpayers, ultimately will add bed space for something that is probably more civil in nature by way of restitution. So the severity levels that are changed here for underlying misdemeanor activities, a reason that we should have as learned and more learned voices who sit on judiciary and hear these, should take a moment to do it. Senator from Johnson, as you know, is the chair, Madam Chair, of the committee. She seems committed to this. It would be, I think, a very simple matter to get it through. Finally, the process of this is, if it goes through here, it's got to go to the House. Why bog it down in the House with these legitimate questions that we have here? Shouldn't we be sending the best possible products over to them to consider? And this one obviously has a lot of questions that have been raised. So I certainly support the motion that has been brought by the senator from Johnson. And I hope we do good work, do better work here in the bills that come before the floor and have them clearly vetted where questions like these arise. I do support the motion.
Are there additional questions for the senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes, on her motion to refer to judiciary? I see none. You may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, the legislative process is often slow and deliberate, you know, because we are trying to provide a deliberate debate and ask those unintended consequences. You know, this underlying bill, I think, is dealing with crimes and punishment. I think this should have been in judiciary to start with. I don't think there's any question that any of us have that we want to protect the critical infrastructure and making sure. But we're looking at I mean, as we're looking at our budget, our judiciary has been underfunded, and we're dealing with staffing, retention, a lot of issues. And here we're adding more cases that they're going to have to look at. I'm personally offended that someone thought I was playing games. I am not someone who gets up here to play games. I'm here to pass good policy that will benefit all Kansans. And so my intent is to get a good bill out of committee. And I think the process that we all swore an oath to is to do our due diligence in looking at all of the unintended consequences. And I think passing this as it currently is going to cause more harm, and I think we're going to see this addressed more and more. And so with that, I will move that we re-refer this back to judiciary, and I move my motion.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Motion fails. We're back on the bill. Division has been requested. All those in favor, please stand. All those opposed, nays, please stand. (11) having voted in favor and 23 against, the motion fails. We're back on the bill. Are there any additional questions for Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've had a good, healthy debate on this, not only in committee, but here on the floor. We have a good bill. It's a necessary bill. And with that, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 172 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Motion carried. We'll now turn our attention back to Senate Bill 86, or Senate Bill 83, the senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Madam Chair, we've already explained the bill and adopted the committee report, so I believe we're just standing for questions.
You may continue.
Thank you.
Senator Petty, or Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty, did you have an amendment? Would you like to speak to the bill?
Yes, I would. Thank you, Madam Chair. First off, Senate Bill 83 is a bill that I do very much support, and I would like to speak to how important it is to my community. The Unified Government of Wyandotte County, Kansas has made this very issue the #1 on their legislative agenda. And it's very much based on the fact that our community is traumatized and hurting from the murders of so many young people. And according to the Wyandotte County Vital Statistics data, 104 youth between ages 1 to 24 were murdered between 2010 and 2019. Out of those 104 homicides, 95 involved a firearm. Wyandotte County has the highest homicide rate in the state with a murder rate of over 18 per 100,000. individuals, and it leads the other counties by at least double. So we are very concerned about being able to look at these children's deaths and evaluate how, as a community, we can best change our community and address the needs. This Senate Bill 83, which puts in place the Children's Child Death Review Board, has in it some very important pieces and a route that currently is not available for our local community. And so that is why I have amendment for the bill.
Have you turned it in?
Yes, it is. It's 1512, and I have turned it in.
Okay, we'll give the group a little bit of time to come up. Would you like to explain your bill or amendment or have it read?
I'll have it read.
Okay, if the reader will read.
I move to amend Senate Bill 83 as amended by Senate Committee on page 3 in line 24 after 6 by inserting any entity established by a city or county for the express purpose of providing a local review of child deaths if the information and records being disclosed are related to a child's death where either A, such death occurred in such city or county, or B, such child was a resident of such city or county. 7, and by redesignating subsections, paragraphs, subparagraphs, and clauses accordingly.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. And if you have the bill before you, you will see that this adds to the list the ability for information specific to that county to be provided to the city or the county for the express purpose of providing a local review of child deaths. And this would, since this is not currently available in Kansas statutes, this would allow Wyandotte County to do just that. And I'll stand for questions.
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't really have anything on the amendment. The only thing that I would comment is I don't view it friendly, or I don't view it as unfriendly. We did not have an opportunity to look at it in committee, so I don't know what the ramifications would be from the Attorney General's office or the Child Death Review Board, but it appears that it wouldn't be negative, but this will go over to the House and it'll have a hearing, so it will probably get flushed out over there. So.
Any other questions? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Fascadeau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just rise in strong support of the Petty Amendment. Thank you.
Are there additional questions from Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty? Senator Petty, I see none. You may close.
Thank you. Well, I would encourage the body to support this amendment. It does not change the underlying bill, but it certainly does help our counties, and as I shared with you, my county in particular, to look at closely those childhood deaths that are occurring and have a source of information which would be specific to our county. There must be access to data about the deaths. How can, there's 134 organizations and individuals across the county that are supportive of having in place a local Child Death Review Board and having access that would come through the state to this information so that we can begin to deal with a more succinctly the critical issue of childhood death that's occurring in my county. And that should be important to everyone in the state of Kansas, because every child is important and every child is valued. And if the deaths of the unintended deaths are occurring in my county, then, and we can look at those underlying issues that are causing that occurrence, we can better address those needs. This legislation explicitly allows for the data sharing between county health departments and necessary agencies. Simply allowing Kansas counties to access their own data is the first step to empowering the community leaders of Wyandotte County to address the issues of youth violence. I would encourage the body to support this amendment, and I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries. We're back on the bill. Are there additional questions for the senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand? I see none. Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when the committee rises and report Senate Bill 83 favorably for passage.
As amended.
As amended.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carried. We'll now turn our attention to Senate Bill 106. The chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 106, while it is lengthy, it is also important, and it puts into law permanently some of the policy changes that we made as a legislature in the summer of 2020 regarding notary acts. So what the bill does is it repeals the Uniform Law on Notarial Acts and enacts the revised Uniform Law on Notarial Acts. The update is much needed. The Uniform Law on Notarial Acts was first enacted in 1984 and again was revised a bit last summer so that during the pandemic we could have e-notaries. You didn't have to be personally, physically in front of the notary to have a document notarized, but you could do it electronically. The bill was supported in committee by, just a moment, I want to be sure that I have it correct, by the Kansas Uniform Law Commission, the Kansas Land Title Association, the Kansas Association of Realtors, as well as the Kansas Secretary of State, the American Bar Association Advisor to Uniform Law Commission, the Kansas Bar Association, the Kansas Bankers Association, the Heartland Credit Union Association, and Zillow. So as you can imagine, this will have a great impact on how Kansas conducts its business. It will bring us, I would say, into the 21st century regarding notaries. I can explain a little bit. It talks about definitions of electronic signature. And importantly, it puts into place, you have to, if you're a notary, you have to have training and be certified that you are duly qualified to perform e-notarizations, meaning you know how to authenticate that the person who's going to sign the document is who they say they are, and that would be enacted further by the Secretary of State through rules and regulations. It doesn't impact any notary act before January 1st of 2023, and the bill as currently written would go into effect January 1st, 2023. With that, Madam Chair, I will stand for questions.
Are there questions from the senator from Johnson, Senator Warren? Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have any questions, but I also do rise in very strong support of this bill. This is something that over half the states have already enacted. If you think about how this has allowed businesses, banks, credit unions, title companies, and others to continue to conduct business during this period, I think it's served us well on the temporary basis that we've enacted it, and it makes a lot of sense for Kansas to join the many other states that have already enacted it, and believe this bill was very well explained by the good chairwoman from Johnson, and I will be supporting it. Thank you.
Are there additional questions for Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren? Seeing none, you may close.
Not quite ready to close yet, Madam Chair. Thank you. I do have an amendment. It's a friendly amendment. It has been turned in. It is number 1522, and it's very simple. It puts the act into effect instead of January 1st of 2023. It would put it into effect January 1st of 2022. So I would follow the will of the body on whether, I think the delay to 2023 was so that the Secretary of State could have rules and regulations made and put into place. It's thought that by moving it to January 1st, 2022, the rules and regulations could still be put in place. And I explained my amendment rather than having it read, Madam Chair.
You did a very nice job. Thank you. Senator from, since I've been moving people around the state today, we'll get it right. Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thought maybe you might say the senator from Cloud. Yeah. Thank you, Senator. Will the senator stand for a question?
Yes, Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Senator. I'm curious as to why the year 2023, and you did answer that with the rules and regulations. I know that the Secretary of State would be able to complete those rules and regs by the end of the year. In fact, they could do emergency rules and regs in order to expedite. So I really appreciate the senator bringing this amendment. I think it helps businesses in Kansas operate under code and conditions that we've been operating under the past year, and it just brings us up to date. I probably would have asked for the amendment to be sooner, but I do support the amendment and the senator's efforts. Thank you.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to support the amendment as well. You know, again, this is a compact with what other states are doing to ensure that our notaries are working in concert as others are, and we're respecting the other states and how they notarize, and as we do too. So moving with greater alacrity to amend that more to next year than 2 years out is certainly consistent with our wanting to be that, and I certainly support the underlying bill and certainly this amendment as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Are there additional questions? I see none. Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I close.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We're back on the bill. Any other questions for Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren? I see none. You may close now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As has been stated here on the floor today, it's important that we enact this measure so that we can continue to conduct the business of Kansas and Kansans in a timely, efficient, effective manner. So with that, Madam Chair, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 106 as amended favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Motion carried. The chair recognizes the majority leader from Sedgwick, Senator Solenstrop.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report progress.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries.
Before recessing, are there announcements? Seeing none, Senator Solentrop.
Thank you, Mr. President. Republicans, we will caucus in our usual room, 548 South at 1:30, and session will begin at 2. And I yield to the senator from Douglas.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Democrats will caucus at 1:30 in our usual room, 287 North, and I yield back to the senator from Sedgwick.
Senator Solentrop.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate recess until 2 p.m.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Senate's in recess.
Senate will come to order. Messages from the House. The clerk will read.
The House accedes to the request of the Senate for a conference on Senate Bill 29 and has appointed Representatives S. Johnson, Croft, and Neighbor as conferees on part of the House. The House accedes to the request of the Senate for a conference on SB 39 and has appointed Representatives Rogers, E. Smith, and Carlin as conferees on the part of the House. The House accedes to the request for the Senate for a conference on SB 40 and has appointed Representatives Rogers, E. Smith, and Carlin as conferees on part of the House.
We will now return to the committee as a whole, with Senator Peterson in the chair.
We will now turn our attention to House Bill 2022. The chair recognizes Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger, to adopt the committee report and explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed? Motion carries. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 2022 does several things. First off, it combines two funds, the Well Plugging Assurance Fund, which was used prior to 1996, and the Abandoned Oil and Gas Well Fund, which was implemented after 1996. This bill limits the legal responsibility to only 6 parties that have been charged in the past. The new bill, a well is included in penetration of the surface of the earth. And that's added, that's new to the bill. A new definition in the bill, abandoned well, which allows a person who has no obligation to plug, replug, or repair a well to seek reimbursement for the plugging of the well. Also, it lets them, if it's been done after 5 years, seek reimbursement. The person who plugs or replugs or repairs an abandoned well shall become legally responsible for the care and the control of the well. The bill deletes transfers from the Conservative Fee Fund and the State General Fund to the Abandoned Oil and Gas Well Fund. The bill also repeals the interagency assessment between the KCC and the Secretary of Health and Environment. This bill will help in getting more abandoned wells plugged. They increased the fees and now have a lot of different companies that are interested in plugging these wells. So by passing this bill, I think we'll be able to get a lot of the abandoned wells plugged. And Mr. Chairman, with that, I need to offer a technical amendment.
Do you have the RS number?
I do. Let's S1525.
Are you going to wish to have it read or explain the amendment?
I'll just have it read, please.
Give us a moment to get the amendment distributed. Clerk will read.
I move to amend HB 2022 as amended by Senate Committee on page 7 in line 17 by striking all after person in line 18, by striking all before causing in line 19 after well, by inserting including any operator of an injection well, disposal well, or pressure maintenance program.
Further questions for the senator from Sherman? Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have any questions, but I do stand in support of this amendment. I think it does clarify this individual as the person responsible or has caused pollution. I also think this will give us a chance to check in once more with the Kansas Corporation Commission and make sure we're not including any individuals such as farmers or ranchers who may be spreading fertilizer and not get them caught up in this definition. So I thank the senator for bringing this forward.
Further questions for the senator from Sherman? Seeing none, senator, you may move your amendment.
I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment is adopted. We're back on the bill. Further questions for the senator from Sherman? Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
I just want to make sure, ask the senator question.
Proceed.
I just want to make sure we're putting these two, there's a well fund that was from 96 to today, and then there's one that goes from 96 to beginning of oil field in Kansas. We're combining them two because the newer one has a lot of money in it, and we're going to plug a bunch of the abandoned wells we still have out there because the newer one, there's just no wells to be plugged, and so that money's kind of abandoned. I just want to make sure that's exactly what we're doing.
Senator from Sherman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank the senator from Olathe. Exactly is what we're doing. We're combining the two funds. We're combining the well plugging insurance fund, which was prior to 1976, and the abandoned oil and gas well fund, which was after 1976.
Okay.
Senator from Johnson.
Just want to say this is very important to get a lot of them abandoned wells that we got that predate, modern technology that were abandoned across the state. So it's a good use to use the money, and the industry's behind it 100%. So great bill. Urge the body support it.
Further questions for the senator from Sherman? Seeing none, senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move when the committee rises and report House Bill 2022 favorably for passage.
As amended?
As amended.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed? Motion carries. We'll now return our attention to the senator from Sherman to purposes of explaining Senate Bill 159.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 159. Let me find my papers here 1 second. Okay, Senate Bill 159 is a claims bill against the state. We have a joint committee on claims against the state. They met 3 times last summer. They reviewed 84 potential claims, and they decided to pay 11 claims out of the 84. And this is a few more than a normal year because there were 5 of those claims from last year that didn't get paid because of the short session. With that, I'd stand for questions.
Questions for the senator from Sherman? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 159 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed? Motion carries. We'll now turn our attention to Senate Bill 62. Chair recognizes the senator from Miami to explain the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Senate Bill 62 is amending the standards for school-administered vision screenings. In 2017, there was a vision summit that took place here in Topeka. And what was done is they reviewed what was going on with regard to vision screenings. They realized that the guidelines needed updated. Evidence-based practices regarding vision screenings needed significant change, and that they needed to address shortcomings as far as how frequently children were receiving their vision screenings. We know that for our children, 80% of that learning occurs visually, and so having consistent screenings is important. With this piece of legislation, we are able to require that children, kindergarten, first, second, and third graders would receive annual vision screenings, and then fifth graders, seventh graders, and 10th graders would also receive those screenings. This bill also creates a commission, an 8-member commission that will oversee the requirements for keeping vision screenings up to date. They will provide standardized vision screening referral letters so that school districts can send those out to parents for kids that have vision problems. They will also work to assist our schools, public and private accredited schools, in providing free or low-cost eye exams, as well as free or low-cost glasses if they're needed by children. Mr. Chair, I will stand for questions.
Questions for the senator from Miami. Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. And thanks you to the senator from Miami for the explanation. I know some questions had come up about whether there were a lot of new items in this bill or whether it's a matter of updating to current practice. Could you expand on that, please?
Yes.
Senator from Miami.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What this is requiring is that anyone that administers that vision screening is trained, be it the school nurse or if an outside group or volunteers are coming in, that they are trained to provide appropriate vision screenings. What the Vision Summit committee members learned is that they had folks that were administering the vision screening that hadn't been properly trained and were actually helping coach the kids to give the correct answer, even though they couldn't actually see and identify that correct answer. They also have adopted or have worked to adapt that the actual screening tools that are used are up to date with best practices. So the changes are simply that children will have on a consistent basis that annual exam there in their school, but the tools that are used are appropriate.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you. And when you spoke about the annual exam fitting those grade levels where it's spoken to in the bill, would that be correct?
Senator from Miami.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That is correct. And it's very specific that it be kindergarten, first, second, and third. Those are annual exams. And then we move to every other year. So fifth graders, seventh graders, and then 10th graders.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you.
Further questions for Senator from Miami. Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Fausto.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I didn't know you saw me, so you have good peripheral vision. Thank you. I want to ask the gentlelady from Miami a question.
Proceed.
Thank you so much. So in some of our public schools, I know that some don't always have nurses in them. So the individuals that would be trained are certified to give these visual eye examinations? Would they be individuals other than a school nurse?
Senator from Miami.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, and currently in practice, we do have volunteers. In fact, the Lions Club members are a group of volunteers that consistently go out and provide that service. So the thing that would be different is they would be provided with the age-appropriate tools for the vision screening. They would also receive the training to give an appropriate vision screening. We don't often think of it, but sometimes when we say, come on, you can get it, it's right up there, that is a cue for a child, and so they would get that appropriate training to not give those verbal and nonverbal cues.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, our optometrists, usually when they meet up here during the legislative session, they provide a See to Learn program, and I usually put that in my newsletter. I think it's a great program. I think this legislation is good as well. When my daughter was in grade school, she was misdiagnosed to be nearsighted, and she was farsighted, and it took us a while to figure that out, and so rise in support of the legislation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further questions for the Senator from Miami? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 62 favorably for passage.
You heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed? Motion carries. We'll now turn our attention to Senate Bill 51, return to the Senator from Miami.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the members of the Kansas Senate, I am proud to say that this is our second bill today that will be addressing the needs of our foster care children. In fact, last year on March 10th, last year on February 27th, I stood here before the body and told them about the foster care report card, which is what Senate Bill 51 is. We passed that out unanimously, 39-0. Unfortunately, the House was unable to pass that bill because of COVID. But we felt it was so important for us as a state to know what was happening academically for our foster kids. So when we were called back for an emergency session in May, I moved forward and made sure that this foster care report card bill was bundled into another education bill. And the Senate passed it 37-2, and the House passed it 110-3. Unfortunately, our governor chose fit to veto that bill. But she did like the idea of Kansas being the second state in the nation to require a foster care report card. So she took our words exactly from the Senate bill, and she made that an executive order. So we do have the first report card, but again, it is an executive order, and we all know that that doesn't mean that it will be there forever for our foster kids, and that's why Senate Bill 51 is before us. Just to glean a little of what we have learned with that report card, this last year we had 6,567 children in school that were foster care kids. Of that group, only 3,328, that's 50.7 of those children were promoted to the next grade level. Only 50.7% of our kids in foster care that were in school last year were promoted to the next grade level. So, Mr. Chair, Senate Bill 51 is important so that we will continue to receive this grade card. And for those of you that want to learn more about how our foster kids did last year in foster care, Senate Education will be having a hearing about this report card on March 10th. I'm ready to stand for questions, Mr. Chair.
Questions for the Senator from Miami? Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have questions, just a comment. I would like to say thank you to the Senator from Miami for making sure this was addressed in our committee again. It was important last year, and I know we did try to get it passed last year in a conference committee report, and unfortunately, that our state at the time was facing a $1.3 billion budget shortfall, and there was a fiscal note because of something else in the bill. But I appreciate that our governor saw the importance of this and did it in an executive order, and thank you to the senator from Miami for bringing this again and codifying it in law.
Further questions for the senator from Miami? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you know, I have spoken often about this, but our foster care children are our most vulnerable. They are wards of the state, and it is absolutely imperative that we look out for them and look out for their best interests. They deserve our very best, and I believe that the foster care report card, which is Senate Bill 51, will help us as we work to make improvements in serving them when they are in our schools. I move that when the committee rises and it reports Senate Bill 51 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed? Motion carries. Chair now recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Olson, for the purpose of explaining Senate Bill 126.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 126 was here last year. It passed out 38-0. It was Senate Bill 417. The bill, what it does, we heard the bill in Fed and State last year and then in Commerce this year. American Legion right now can sell liquor in their bar area. There's about 270 American Legion halls across the state, and several of them have banquet halls. The bill will allow, they'll have to get a temporary permit from ABC to be able to sell alcohol for a temporary period at each event that they have. So like a wedding or reception or some other kind of reception. We heard from our American Legions, they're struggling. They got a pretty nice facility, but a lot of them are downsizing. This is one way for them to use the big banquet hall they have to continue to try to make some extra revenue, to try to keep the facility open for the local veterans. As time goes on, we've lost our World War II veterans, and now our Korean War veterans are rapidly declining, and so the post is shrinking in size, so they're needing other ways to try to grow the revenue, to keep the post open. This is one of the opportunities. It serves Olathe, and there's 270 of them across the state of Kansas. I think this is just giving a little something back for what they give our country, fighting for our country. So I'll stand for questions.
Questions for the senator from Johnson. Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Thank you. I do rise in support of this bill. It's just a pretty easy way to show support to our veterans in the area and help them generate revenue in an area that's been declining. And as the senator mentioned, we have one of these in our area that has been dwindling in membership and having a hard time staying afloat. So this is kind of a small thing we can do to help them in our area.
Further questions for the senator from Johnson? Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My dad's always had a saying that some people have something to say. Other people just have to say something. It will be determined when I'm finished here exactly where I fall in that category. This is the first of many alcohol-related bills that the Senate will face over the next 4 years, over the next term. This is the first of alcohol-related bills that 14 of us will have the opportunity to cast a vote on in this chamber. So I thought, well, since this is the first, I will just spend a few moments and help my colleagues understand who I am and where I stand on alcohol-related issues, and I will not be getting up to make comments on all such alcohol-related bills. We all know alcohol is a controlled substance. Current statute proves that. That's the reason that we have Senate Bill 26, is to reduce some of those restrictions. So there's, again, no disputing that alcohol is a controlled substance, and that's the reason this bill is being brought forward. Now, it's been talked about the fact that this is an American Legion bill. Well, yes, they may be the ones that brought it, and yes, it may be beneficial to certain American Legions, but this bill is not limited strictly to American Legions. It is expansive to any such organization or place of venue that wants to increase or have greater privileges when it comes to serving and selling alcohol on their property. Veterans in Senate District 15 know exactly where I stand with them. Have a great relationship, have honored them, will continue to do some. The Heartland Vietnam Veterans, a group of older guys, growing older and fewer in numbers, know that I strongly support veterans and their efforts and legislation that would make their life simpler and make their life better, and just thanking them for their service. So anything I say, no one should in any way construe it to be a slam or an attack on any veteran or veterans organization. There's no disputing, Mr. Chairman, that the consumption of alcohol has destroyed many lives throughout history. Marriages have been destroyed. Relationships have been destroyed. People have lost jobs. Children have been abused because someone over-consumed alcohol. Auto accidents have happened because of the alcohol that's been consumed. Mr. Chairman, even legislators have faced issues with alcohol, and some legislative careers have been destroyed because of overconsumption of alcohol. Overconsumption has caused many persons to conduct themselves in ways they normally would not have done. We know that there are individuals who have engaged in sexual activity they would not have engaged in had they not overconsumed alcohol. That means that there have been some abortions performed because someone overconsumed alcohol. We know that there are problems with DUIs, DWIs, because of the consumption of alcohol. In 2005, I was a freshman in the Kansas House of Representatives. I will always remember the privilege that I had to sit in on the House Corrections and Juvenile Justice Committee. One of the members was almost never there. My office mate was the chair. His secretary said, hey, we're going to be talking about methamphetamine, and that's a big issue in the SEK, Southeast Kansas, so I wanted to sit in and listen. I'll never forget something that the Kansas Bureau of Investigation said to that committee that day. They said if a person consumes alcohol one time, there's a 10% chance that they are going to become an alcoholic. Now for methamphetamine, just for interest's sake, sidetracking here briefly, if you use meth one time, there's a 97% chance that you will be addicted to methamphetamine. That has always stuck with me. Now, I've said all of what I've said so far to explain why I am standing up. Alcohol destroyed my favorite uncle on my mom's side. He's no longer alive. Died of cirrhosis of the liver. Alcohol destroyed for about 20 years my little brother. By God's grace and God's help and His mercy, my brother now has been alcohol-free for nearly 20 years. But for a period of time, he was controlled by alcohol. And he is still considered an alcoholic. He attends AA, Celebrate Recovery. One of the guys in the organization said something to him that has stuck with me. He said, it's alcoholism, meaning you is an alcoholic, not alcoholism. Once you have been someone who consumes and can't control your consumption, you're always going to be an alcoholic. And again, by God's grace and help, my brother's really a positive individual, teaches a Sunday school class, does a great thing, but for a period of time, and it started with one drink. one drink with my brother, and he couldn't control it from there on out. Now, I'm not here to judge or condemn someone who drinks a beer or drinks a glass of wine. That's not at all it. I understand that. I don't. I'm a teetotaler, always have been. So if you could drink a beer, drink a glass of wine in front of me, please don't feel condemned. Please don't think I'm looking down on you, because I'm not. But the overconsumption has been an issue. I know that we might hear that this legislation, there will only be people serving alcohol who understand and know how to make certain that no one overconsumes. In most cases, that would be true. It only takes one time. I will not be voting in favor of Senate Bill 126. Each legislator's got to make their own determination. Do they support expanding the consumption of alcohol in the state of Kansas, which 126 will do, no disputing that, or not? Now, I like to support our American Legion. I like to see them have improvements and opportunities to recruit new members. But is alcohol really the way to do that? You will notice over however long I'm here on alcohol-related bills, I will be voting no. I may be the only one. I understand that. I may be 1 out of 40 who determines that I'm not going to support additional alcohol consumption in the state of Kansas. But now you know why. It's because it's a controlled substance. It has destroyed 2 people that I love dearly, one of them for eternity, the other for a 20-year period. I thank the body for their indulgence, Mr. Chairman, in listening to me and why I feel the way I do. But I thought, out of respect to my colleagues, because I know when I was on the other side of the Capitol, people would ask me, why did you oppose that particular bill? And then I would have to go into this information with all of them. So I appreciate the body's intention. And again, I would be voting no. And I would just say to my colleagues, consider your vote here. Consider what we are doing. Do we want to expand, not only with this, but there will be others down the road, allow for more consumption of a controlled substance? Do we want to remove some of the controls and some of the restrictions on where this is served and how it's served and so forth? So I'll leave everyone up to decide for themselves. But, Mr. Chairman, I thank you for your time and the body for their indulgence.
Further questions for the Senator from Johnson? Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a comment. I live in the DeSoto area, and the DeSoto VFW has expanded to allow wedding receptions, et cetera. But not being able to have this, then they can't compete with some of the other venues in the area. I must say that I'm a non-drinker, but I don't judge people who use alcohol. I too have an uncle who passed away as an alcoholic, and a brother-in-law. So I am not for expanding. I would hope that people would think carefully before consuming alcohol. But I do want to see the VFW and Olathe and others in my Senate district, especially, to be able to compete, especially when their revenues are down. And so I will be voting in favor of this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further questions for the Senator from Johnson? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also want to say former Senator Lynn, this was a piece of legislation she worked on last year, passed out 38-0. Really, they've got a banquet hall there. They're able to compete local communities for receptions. They're going to have a bartender on site. They already got a bartender on site. This is a way for them to make more revenue when they need it the most. I mean, these posts will be shutting down. They said within a couple years they will not be able to operate this post without additional revenue. It is a nice facility. It's not the most fancy facility, but It's a place for people to have wedding receptions and other kinds of receptions. It's easily accessed. You know, as we're seeing the decline in population of veterans, I think this is a nice gesture to show for the sacrifices they've made to be able to get the additional revenue, to keep their facilities up, maintained for the long term, for the future. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I move when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 126 favorable for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries. We'll now turn our attention to Senate Bill 261. Chair recognizes Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Kirshen, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 261 is actually will be called the Asbestos Remediation Fund Bill, and it will be put in place of the Asbestos Control Program, which we are dealing with right now. And what it will do, all the revenue that came in to the control program will now be in the remediation fund. And that's there were several proponents, written proponents. We had no opponents, and from the environmental industry for the passage of this bill. With that, I'll stand for questions.
Questions for the Senator from Sedgwick. Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the intent of this bill, and I agree with the provisions in the bill that would transfer the fees that are collected to this asbestos remediation fund. One concern I have, however, is that this bill also transfers any fines that are collected. My understanding during the hearing is that the fees will cover the expenses needed. The fines would be limited to expenditures from this fund. Generally, I believe that any fines collected should not be retained by a particular agency, but should be transferred to the State General Fund. Because of that, I have an amendment. I've turned it in. It's 1515.
You give us a moment to get that distributed. Senator, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this amendment would strike the provisions of the bill, and this is on line 16, that refers to civil penalties collected under that statute. And then on page 2 in line 41, would strike asbestos remediation fund and instead say that those monies remitted to the state treasurer because of penalties would remain in the state general fund. I'd stand for questions.
Questions for the Senator from Douglas. Senator from Sedgwick, you wishing to respond?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did preview the amendment and talk to the carrier, and I consider this a friendly amendment because it's having the enforcer collecting the payments. It doesn't really, it's kind of a philosophy that doesn't set well, because it's just like if it was an officer giving a speeding ticket, but I get the ticket and the money. It's kind of a philosophy of we shouldn't be rewarding the person who is an enforcer. So, but I agree with and consider it a friendly amendment.
Further questions for the Senator from Douglas. Senator from Butler, Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this amendment, I think, with the reasons given. Thank you.
Further questions for the Senator from Douglas? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this would continue to allow the fees to pay for those expenses, but not the fines. I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed? Amendment is adopted. We're back on the bill. Further questions for the senator from Sedgwick? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee rise and reports, the report Senate Bill 261 as amended, favorable for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries. Senate will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 143. We turn our attention to Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Kirshen, for adoption of the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the adoption of the committee report.
You heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries. Senator, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 143 deals with the grain warehouse inspection program, and what that program is, it's persons who travel the state annually every year to investigate and inspect grain storage facilities that are either up in the air or even on the piles on the ground. And what the purpose is, they need to verify that those grain receipts that came in match the ones that go out. So it provides integrity in the sale of grain, and with agriculture being one of the top industries in the state, we need to protect the investment that we can be able to sell this product without having it being encumbered by some other false pretenses. The Grain Warehouse Inspection Program came over to the Department of Agriculture in 1997, and in 2004 they established their first fee structure of the entity they had. So in that fee structure, those were capped fees, and they've been in place since 2004 and even are adhered to today. Unfortunately, in the last 10 years, the fund hasn't brought enough income in, and there was a loss for most of those years of the 10 years it was there. So the response to that is to raise fees or find a way to increase your revenue. And so there was a meeting with some of the proponents of this bill that the stakeholders that didn't want to raise fees, but they suggested that maybe a contribution to the state general fund of $60,000, they had that amount picked, that would help and not have to raise fees for the program. The issue is that everybody wants the program to be successful, and this was a way to go about it. And even the stakeholders in the industry, those from the Kansas Co-op Council, Kansas Grain and Feed Association, Kansas Farm Bureau, were with those stakeholders, and they said they would support an increase in fees if that's what it takes, so they wouldn't put any more money out of the state budget. But with that, they moved forward, and right now, if that $60,000 from SGF goes forward, there will not be a fee increase for January 21 or 22, and it'll be looked at again after that. So that's the progress they've made. The bill had all the proponents and stakeholders. There were no opponents. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
Questions for the senator from Sedgwick? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee rise and reports Senate Bill 143 favorable for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed? Motion carried. Now turn our attention to Senate Bill 142. Chair recognizes Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Kirshen, for adoption of the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed? Motion carries. Senator, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 142 comes from us from Wildlife and Parks, and what the issue was on this particular bill is that the discrepancy on life-saving floating devices for wearing in your boat, and the author of who founded the state, what I mean is the state council, the water, I can't think of the name right now. Was Coast Guard, that's what it was. The United States Coast Guard sets the example for the qualifications of watercraft and life-saving equipment and life jackets. So in order for the state of Kansas to comply with the order, we've adopted the language from the United States Coast Guard and adopted that to the guidelines for state wildlife and parks for their watercraft. So with that, they will be able to be in unison with the United States Coast Guard guidelines and be able to have safe and adequate equipment. With that, I'll stand for some questions.
Questions for Senator from Sedgwick? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. By the way, a question was brought up that this is only enforceable on public lands. Private lakes are exempt from these guidelines for watercraft and life jackets.
You may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when a committee arises and it reports Senate Bill 142 favorable for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed? Amendment carries. We'll now turn our attention to substitute for Senate Bill 273. Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed? Motion carries. Senator, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Substitute for Senate Bill number 273 addresses the Kansas Emergency Management Act. I think we can all agree that over the last year, the pandemic has affected every single Kansan, whether you are a child in school or at community college, you're a frontline healthcare worker, you're a small business, a large business, you're a farmer. It impacts every single one of us in very dramatic, profound ways. So what substitute for Senate Bill number 273 does is it strikes a balance. It strikes a balance between government's response to a public health disaster and the rights of individuals and citizens to make sure that when government acts, that it does so with justification, and it tells citizens what those justifications are. And when citizens are aggrieved, they have a process of review of the governmental actions. So with that, I will turn to the details of the bill. It's rather lengthy, so the body will please bear with me, and we will work our way through the bill. One of the first things that the bill does is it creates a new category of emergency under the Kansas Emergency Management Act, and that is a public health disaster. That's what we, according to the definition in the bill, that's what we're working under right now, and I'm going to turn to the definition real quickly. Public health disaster means the occurrence or imminent threat of widespread or severe injury or loss of life resulting from any infectious or contagious disease that is human-to-human transmissible, including a disease that is transmissible through a medium or originates in a non-human source and becomes human-to-human transmissible. But it does not include foodborne illness. So this is a new category of emergency disaster that we define in the bill. The bill then talks about a governor's ability to declare an emergency under a public health disaster emergency. What the bill does is that a governor may declare a public health disaster emergency and that the declared emergency may continue for no longer than 15 days unless ratified by concurrent resolution of the legislature. That means, again, that your legislature, your representatives, your senators who you have sent to Topeka, to the Capitol to represent you, will have a determination whether to continue for longer than 15 days any public health disaster emergency so declared. It also provides some protection, if you will, that if the legislature is not in session, because I think the public is aware that the legislature adjourned in March 2020 and hasn't been in session except for a special session in June 2020. And we need to be able to nonetheless act. So the bill provides that when the legislature is not in session or when we're adjourned during session for 3 or more days, the bill creates a joint committee on emergency management. The joint committee is made up of the leadership of the Senate and the House, plus another senator and another representative appointed by the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House. An important aspect of this joint committee that was discussed when the interim committee on Kansas Emergency Management Act met in 2020 was, let's have some geographic representation across Kansas so that all Kansans, wherever you are in the 4 corners of the state, you've got some representation on the committee that's going to be looking at executive orders as they come out during a declared emergency. So the bill does provide that to the greatest extent possible, all congressional districts, all U.S. congressional districts will be represented on the joint committee. The joint committee then is charged with doing a couple of things once the emergency is declared. When we're looking at executive orders issued by a governor, the joint committee does have a role. It's new in the bill that when a governor issues an executive order under a public health disaster emergency, the governor shall also submit the proposed order to the Attorney General. This is new procedure. It's not currently in law, but would be new procedure, again, to provide some oversight and some review of government action. Within 24 hours, then, the Attorney General would have to issue an opinion and review it for its compliance with the Act and for other constitutional and other legal requirements. At the same time that the governor issues the proposed order to the Attorney General, and I say issue, I mean submit it to the Attorney General for review, the governor would also submit the proposed order to the chair of the Joint Committee on Emergency Management Act. The committee then is required to call a meeting within, not less than 24 hours after the governor has submitted the order to the Attorney General, or sooner if the Attorney General issues the Attorney General's review prior to the expiration of 24 hours after the proposed order was submitted. So it's important that the Joint Committee has this type of review. The proclamation declared by a governor shall be specific and indicate the nature of the public health disaster, the area or areas of the state threatened or affected by the disaster, and the conditions that have brought about or that make possible the determination of the disaster as well. So again, we're providing more notice, more communication with the public as we deal with disaster emergencies in our state. The bill also addresses, I think a lot of us in the chamber heard from constituents, have heard from constituents that they're concerned that there's no direct recourse, there's no review of the orders that are issued by their city governing body, by their board of county commissioners, by their local school board, and they need some form of redress, if you will. So what the bill does, and I'm just going to generally speak here, it provides that a local governing body, prior to issuing any order, has to justify the order on accepted scientific methods and has to document what they're relying on to make those orders. Then any person aggrieved by any of those orders can request a hearing in front of that governing body, and the governing body must hold a hearing for the aggrieved person within a certain time limit. If the aggrieved person is not satisfied by the review, the bill creates a cause of action that the aggrieved person may file an action in district court. And the district court would grant the relief requested by the aggrieved person unless the government can show that the order was necessary, reasonable, and directed specifically to what its goal was. We also added in the bill that the governing body of a city or a board of county commissioners, they shall not, unless the order includes justification of the accepted scientific reasons for restricting or inhibiting the gathering or movement of individuals or operation of any religious, civic, business, or commercial activity. And it shall not burden or inhibit, again, the operation of any religious gathering or activity. And again, any person aggrieved by these orders has some recourse, has some direct recourse. When you file a court action under this act, the court has 72 hours to provide notice to the aggrieved person. This is when your hearing on this issue will be. And the hearing shall occur within 10 days after receipt of the request. The district court shall not extend the time for a hearing under any circumstances. So it provides some definite time for review, and that deadline has got to be met. We've also put in place in the bill that the appropriation of funds and the spending of funds from federal money, for instance, under the CARES Act, would be pursuant to a prior appropriation of the legislature or an appropriation made by the joint committee. So that way then, again, your legislature, your elected officials are in charge of appropriating money, as is the charge of the legislature under the Constitution. One other important aspect is that we, in the bill, has tried to push to the local level as much as possible the ability to address the emergency that the state would be operating under, or each county would be operating under. So with that regard, then, the local school board would be the only entity that would be able to restrict or determine, can schools be closed, what are the requirements to be in school or not in school. That would all be covered in the bill. The bill does treat disasters of an animal nature differently, a disaster concerning plants or foodborne illnesses differently, but the main intent of the goal is to address the public health disaster emergency and, again, provide a good balance, strike a balance between how your government is going to react to that and your individual rights and liberties. It does provide for some enforcement if you have violated part of the orders as part of the act, that there will be could be a civil penalty not to exceed $2,500, and a violation could be a Class A non-person misdemeanor where the fine is no more than $2,500 and up to a year in jail. The bill also includes in emergency responder, it includes a 911 dispatch center, which isn't in current law. And the bill also makes clear that local health officials can't issue orders under this act. They can issue recommendations, and the recommendation then has to be reviewed by the governing body of the local entity. So again, it builds in that you've got elected officials who are making the decisions that impact your life, and impact your life in a very day-to-day basis. Again, regarding kids in schools and can your business be open? Those are all addressed in the bill. The bill also creates a new, I'll say, procedure for the Secretary of Kansas Department of Health and Environment, and that the Secretary can issue orders and it has to state the justification of the accepted scientific means, and it has to be narrowly tailored to the purpose that it's issued for. So again, just providing some protections for Kansans that government has an appropriate response. I think that's a good general overview and some specifics as well, some difference between what's in current law and what this bill would provide new, again, to strike that balance, if you will. And with that, Mr. Chair, I will stand for questions.
Questions for the senator from Johnson. Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to yield briefly to the good senator from Douglas.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did have a few questions for the senator from Johnson, if she will stand for them.
She will.
So, Mr. Chair, I was very privileged to serve on the interim committee on emergency management. So, one of the questions I have is what parts of the questions brought up by that interim committee, or what were some of the questions brought up by that interim committee that changed the wording, improved the wording in this recommendation now that we have before us on changes to the Act?
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure I understand the question. I wasn't on the interim KEMA committee. Our Judiciary Committee did spend, trying to add up all the hours, that we amended the bill, and we heard from some committee members in Judiciary were on the interim KEMA committee. So I don't have a specific answer to the vague question, if you will, but the bill kind of speaks for itself and can be read there.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It was a vague question, but I'm just asking, did the committee review those questions and concerns, and did they address any of them within this recommendation?
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I didn't do a side-by-side comparison of any minutes that came out of the interim committee, if there were, so I can't speak to it. I can speak to a specific question if a specific question about the bill is asked, and I can determine if that's addressed in the bill that we have before us or not. The interim KEMA committee was not a binding committee that I don't believe had any authority to issue or introduce any legislation.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'll start with saying one of the discussions and recommendations that the committee received from the Attorney General's office, I believe, was that the legislature should clarify that states of disaster emergency are to be proclaimed. And the concern was we were commingling terms, orders, proclamations, and declarations. Does this bill now clean up that concern, and does it always refer to proclamations or something that's been proclaimed?
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the question. I would say yes. On page 1 of the bill, it does at lines 31 through 34 talk about the governor, upon finding that a public health disaster has occurred, may issue a proclamation declaring a state of public health disaster emergency. And then the next subsection, the state of public health disaster emergency so declared shall continue. So I do believe that the concern in the question has been appropriately addressed. And it continues, using proclamation on page 2 that upon making such findings, the governor shall terminate the state of public health disaster emergency by proclamation. So I believe that, yes, the bill has addressed that.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I'm looking on page 21, line 26, where it talks about a declared state of emergency. And I think the idea was just, should we mix up those words? But I don't think that's one of the things that I'm most concerned about. I will go ahead and ask another question that just like I think House Bill 2016 did, this bill allows the Board of County Commissioners of any county to issue an order, but in this case it's relating to public health. Does it ever expressly state that those less restrictive orders would replace the governor's orders?
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, it does if the declared and proclaimed emergency affects more than one county. If it's a single county proclamation, declaration of emergency, a county could not be less restrictive. But if it's more than one county that's affected by the proclamation, yes, a county could.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could the senator from Johnson point me to that language? I guess I'm looking on page 5, 27 through 32.
Senator from Johnson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I'm looking for that language. It is on page 5 at lines 27 through 32, subsection H of section 1 of the bill. The Board of County Commissioners of any county may issue an order relating to public health that includes provisions that are less stringent than the provisions of an executive order issued by the governor under this section that affects more than one county.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Those are the exact lines and page that I was referring to. I'm just asking where in that does it expressly state that those less restrictive orders would replace the governor's orders?
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On page 5 at lines 39 through 41, which is subsection H, H 1C2, it says, if the Board of County Commissioners of a county issues an order pursuant to paragraph 1, such order shall operate in the county in lieu of the governor's executive order.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that. I just know that there are a variety of executive orders, and this actually allows the Board of County Commissioners to issue orders relating to public health, and they're not directly, it may not be directly aligned with those governor's executive orders. Another question I have is, what are the relationships between the Emergency Management Act and our cities here in Kansas?
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The cities are specifically addressed in the bill at page 7, section 3. It talks about the governing body of a city may use only accepted scientific means as justification to issue an order to prevent the spread of an infectious, contagious, or communicable disease, and it goes on from there.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we learned during our interim committee deliberations that the cities are not necessarily arms of the state like our counties are. So there isn't a direct relationship between what our emergency management personnel would be doing and their interactions with the city. So this makes me a little concerned that we specifically now grant cities that, I'm not sure how many cities have health officers, but it's not clear how the other emergency services of the state could be called upon. So one other question I had that I know came up during the interim committee was about cities that are in more than one county. So you can have a city that crosses county lines. And there was some confusion, again, because cities are not tied to those emergency management provisions, which county should that city look to if they have not made a declaration? So did the committee talk at all about that concern?
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know, I wasn't on the committee, or in the interim committee on KEMA, Kansas Emergency Management Act.
Senator from Douglas.
My question was if the Judiciary Committee talked about that. I know that the interim committee did.
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Page 7 of the bill talks about, at section 3, starting at line 24 through 28, any such order from the city regarding infectious, contagious, or communicable disease issued as a result of an executive order of the governor shall include justification and of the accepted scientific means. So to answer the question, I wouldn't say there was discussion in committee specifically about the question asked, but I'd have to go back and look.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know that there was some concern from the League of Municipalities about how cities are getting information after declaration of a disaster. So I think it's important that we address those concerns that were raised during that interim committee if we are making these changes. Of one more concern, and I have asked for an amendment for this. On page 23, line 22, I'm pleased that we're adding some individuals to the definition of emergency responders, but I think we want to add 911 dispatch personnel, not 911 dispatch centers. So that's, I think, the one entity in that list that does not actually refer to people. But again, I think that there were some important issues raised by the interim committee, and I would feel much more comfortable if I knew the Judiciary Committee had looked through those when they were working on this bill. But I would like to yield back to the senator from Johnson, Senator Corson.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I just have to rise and say that I am deeply disappointed that we were presented with what was such a nakedly partisan bill. You look at this bill, and on page 1, line 25 and 26, it says, "The governor shall be responsible for meeting the dangers to the state and people presented by public health disasters." But yet, this bill was drafted with no input from the executive branch, no input from the minority party. The minority party and the public, for that matter, received what was at the time a 25-page bill about 15 hours before the hearing was scheduled. Mr. Chairman, this is just no way to run a railroad, and it's no way to run a state government. Instead of modernizing our statutes to be better prepared for future emergencies, we received a bill whose sole purpose is to continue this body's long-standing grudge toward the governor. You know, despite what I read you in lines 25 and 26, Every line in this bill after that is just meant to tie the governor's hands and to bog the governor down in administrative morass. I believe that if we pass this bill as it currently stands in 10, 20, or 30 years, there will inevitably be another public health crisis, and it will be our children and our grandchildren who will bear the brunt of our current inability to move beyond the politics of the moment. When Kansans go to the polls and elect a governor, part of the job they're hiring for is for that person to manage the state through disasters. And while there is, of course, a proper role for oversight, we should have an executive who's able to make the life and death decisions that need to be made in times of crisis. Those decisions will be, and they should be, scrutinized by voters in the next election. But that's how this democratic process should work. We shouldn't tie the governor's hands with so much bureaucracy, process, and red tape that the executive simply can't function. And that's what the bill does, and I believe that's what the intent of this bill is. I'm not going to go through this bill point by point, but let me just talk about some of the more troubling aspects of this bill. First, this bill would not allow the governor, in the case of a public health disaster, to issue an executive order unless and until it is approved by the new Joint Committee on Emergency Management. But here's the thing, the bill doesn't even require the committee to meet in a timely manner. And when I brought that amendment in the committee, I thought was a friendly amendment to make this bill better, it was voted down because, again, the whole purpose of this bill is to just tie up the governor in knots. This bill is also problematic because it separates public health disasters from all other disasters. The reality, and we all know this, is there are public health aspects of every single disaster. A third way this bill is flawed is it continues to use this term accepted scientific means, which it defines as methods of control employed and intended to remediate infectious, contagious, or communicable disease that are acknowledged as effective by high-quality scientific data. That includes systematic reviews of completed, high-quality, randomized control trials. Again, I brought this up in committee, Mr. Chairman. The reality is we won't have those studies until months or even years after the emergency, but the bill is still littered with that definition. We're a year into the COVID-19 crisis, and we don't have such studies for that crisis, for that particular virus. This bill is also flawed because it prohibits the governor from spending any federal grant or other federal disaster funds until it is approved by the Joint Committee. So, look, I had some serious reservations about this bill, and then I got this letter from the Mid-America Regional Council. For those of you that don't know, the Mid-America Regional Council is the association of local governments serving 9 counties, including Johnson, Leavenworth, Miami, and Wyandotte counties. And here's what this letter says. Keep in mind, these are the folks who've been in the trenches fighting this COVID crisis for over a year, and here's what they said about this bill. They said, the 2 bills filed in the Kansas Legislature to amend the Kansas Emergency Powers Act would restrict state and local government officials, K-12 public school districts, and community colleges to take actions in order to protect their constituents and the broader public health. And they go on to urge us, they say, as you review these bills, we encourage you to consider the impact that these legislative changes could have on protecting the public health from future disaster events. We encourage you to allow more time for reflection on the pandemic before taking action that may limit future ability to manage public health disaster events. As part of the evaluation, we encourage you to allow opportunities for public and private interests to offer suggestions on how to best manage future events with the goal of protecting public health. The letter closes by saying, we recognize this was an unprecedented event, but the risks of a future public health disaster, whether localized, statewide, or national, exist. Changes to current law should be evaluated to weigh the long-term consequences of reducing the ability of state officials and local public health agencies, elected officials, and school districts to protect public health and safety should the need arise in the future. It is important for the state to maintain local and state capacities to protect public health for both today's challenges and for the future should we again face a public health crisis. Mr. Chairman, I want to close by saying I agree with the Mid-America Regional Council. We do need to slow down. We do need to weigh the long-term consequences of what we're doing, and we do need to vote down this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Johnson, you wish to respond?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't believe there was a question there, so there was no question for me to answer. Thank you.
Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Having sat on the KEMA meetings, special committee, and then through judiciary, through all of this process, I was in the process of drafting a bill, and I made a decision to just bring that as an amendment today. And so I do have an amendment, Mr. Chair. It's 1517.
Give us a moment to get it distributed. Are you going to wish to have it read, or do you want to explain it?
I can explain it.
Thank you. Give us a moment. Senator, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On your desks, you have a couple handouts. I'll start with that. The first one shows you what the current makeup of the State Finance Council. You have two members at the top, Representative Hoffman and Senator Peterson, who are JCIT. If they were added to State Finance Council, this is the districts that would be represented right now currently with the State Finance Council members that are handling emergency management. You can see the congressional districts that are represented, and it's really heavy to the 4th district, 6 members. 3rd district has 2, the 2nd district has none, the 1st district has 2. As to the state board districts, if you break them down, District 10 has 4 members, District 8 has 2, District 6 has 1, District 5 has 1, District 3 has 2. It's not distributed fairly in my estimation, but it is what it is. It's where we're at. The question that I have, Mr. Chairman, is that maybe we need to step back and look at the makeup of the Finance Council, because this proposal that I'm going to throw before this body today is something that I believe should be considered in the makeup of all joint committees. A process whereby every geographic region of the state is represented. Now, my amendment basically creates the joint committee in section 2, takes out the part of the members that are appointed there, and just simply creates a 12-member committee. 3 members are appointed by the President of the Senate, 3 members are appointed by the Speaker, 2 members are appointed by the majority leader of the Senate, 2 by the minority leader, excuse me, 2 members by the minority leader of the House, and then 1 member each from the vice chair and the chairman of the JCIT committee. And the reason being, the amendment creates the committee, but it puts a restriction that says members of the Joint Committee on Emergency Management shall represent each state board of education member district. So 10 of those members will respectively represent each board district for the state board. So they'll all be from a different district, a distinct district. I made the membership 12 to leave 2 more in case, because in the amendment, it says that the appointing authorities shall confer, so that leaves those folks an opportunity to confer on what districts they're appointing respectively, and I didn't assign them. I left it open so that you can maybe look at everybody in this body and say, here's somebody from medical, here's somebody from agriculture, here's somebody from IT, here's somebody, whatever. You get the point. Because in emergency management, we don't know what we're going to be dealing with. And it's good to have some expertise in all of those fields there represented around the table. It also says that each appointing authority may appoint themselves in such committee. So if they do so, and 2 of them are from the same state board district, that 12 gives them padding to do that. So that you will have 2 districts that are represented with 2 members. That's what the amendment basically does. If you take the map that I was distributed, that I've had distributed, Sergeant at Arms were good at doing that. And on the back it shows what your district is. But each state board district, you probably all know this, but each state board district is comprised of 4 Senate districts. So 10 districts, 4 senators in each district. Technically, I'd say you had a 1 in 8 chance of getting there because that's the probability of being on the committee. But you can look at that map and figure out where you belong. But you can see that the state board districts are spread out pretty geographically. The urban areas have their share of representation also. So by putting 10 members on with this amendment, you're going to have representation from all of those geographic areas. This was one of the concerns in KEMA that came up, because when we looked at the current makeup of the Finance Council, we were concerned with how little representation there was for a lot of the rural areas. So as I was going to introduce this, Mr. Chairman, as a bill to make the Finance Council be made up this way. And I wish that leadership would take this and look at it and make that happen, because I believe we need, even on the Finance Council, a broader representation. We have narrowed a lot of things in this state to 2 to 3 different urban areas, and we need to broaden it. We need to make sure that there's representation from all across the state. I'm trying to think if I think I've explained the amendment, what it does. I do apologize. I did intend to bring it in committee. I had it ready for committee, but I had to leave that evening, and I thought the senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson, was going to cover this and get it done, but he failed me in that aspect. So that's why I'm here today. But you know, I don't disagree with some of the statements that have been made from my colleagues here just ahead of me. I think I know and can predict the destination of this bill, and I regret that. I also had to challenge to myself, do I want to put this amendment out there and do all this when I know and suspect where this bill's headed? But I'm going to, for the policy's sake, that we do need to consider this kind of makeup for our joint committees. We've got to make these tough decisions and start getting more of the geographic representation in our committee makeup. It needs to happen, Mr. Chairman. So with that, I'll stand for questions.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, you wish to respond?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would consider, again, as we get more representation, as we get more accountability, if you will, for our citizens, I would consider this a friendly amendment and leave it up to the will of the body.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually had a question on the original bill, but I actually support this amendment, and it actually answers one of the questions that I had for the carrier of the bill.
Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I feel like singing Kumbaya, right? No, it fulfills the intent of what the underlying committee was supposed to be, right? It was a voice of a diverse group of people, bringing the voice of the governed into this process. So I actually support the amendment as well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further questions for the Senator from Brown? See none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did intend to have a map for the House districts that are House reps that are within what state board districts, but JG, you can stop on that now, or I'm going to move the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed? Amendment is adopted. We're back on the bill. Further questions for the Senator from Johnson. Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple questions. When this was debated or discussed in committee, did you take into any consideration the National Emergency Management Association and their recommendations?
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We heard testimony from proponents, and we had written proponent testimony and neutral and opponent as well. And it wasn't, we didn't look specifically at the piece of federal legislation that I think is being asked about.
Senator from Johnson.
It actually isn't a piece of federal legislation. This is an association that advises on things like this. The reason I ask is in the bill, it's the 15-day minimum, and one of their recommendations, here I'm going to read it, the length of time that an initial state emergency declaration can remain in place should be a minimum of 30 days. Anything less does not allow sufficient time for state and local governments to take necessary response and recovery actions. Disasters such as floods, wildfires, for example, require a longer response and recovery time frame. My next question is, could the senator tell me a type of natural disaster that would not affect public health?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to address my last response. I misheard the question, and a recommendation from an association. There wasn't no one in the Judiciary Committee, no member suggested that the declaration of emergency, that the first period be extended past 15 days. So we heard and we worked the bill over 2 days, and no one on the committee suggested that the original proclamation be more than 15 days. We also, again, this bill worked its way through the legislative process, and we didn't have any written testimony or opponent or nobody suggested that the original should be, that the original time frame should be more than 15 days. That's what the current law is. That's what the current law has been, and so we didn't hear any testimony to change that, so we didn't. And that then brings me to the current question, which I'm sorry, I don't recall what that is.
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you. That question was, can you give me an example of a natural disaster that would not affect public policy, public health?
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Public health is defined in the statute, or excuse me, in the bill at page 14. And I would submit that when we're looking at language in a bill, it has specific legal meaning on page 14. So while public health might mean something in lay terms, when you're looking at a bill that might become statute, you're looking at the definition on the paper at page 14, lines 10 through 15. So that's the definition provided in the bill regarding public health disaster. And again, no committee member talked that it needed to be defined any differently.
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you. I appreciate this definition, and I have nothing wrong with it. I would just say that any natural disaster would most likely affect public health. That actually brings me to, you said none of this was addressed in committee. Well, this is the committee of the whole. And so many times we're up here and we're offering amendments, and it said this was not offered in committee, so we disregard that. This is a part of the process. So just because someone is not on the Judiciary Committee or Education, this is a committee of the whole, and we are allowed to bring amendments and have discussion, because in a committee, you could have 9 people. In here, we have 40 people, and we're representing the entire state. So thank you for sharing that it was not addressed in those specific committees, but we are in the committee of the whole, so we should be discussing these in this area. My next question, you talked about the new procedure that the Attorney General has to have input. Can you give me an example of a time that the Attorney General was not part of the executive orders that the governor was discussing?
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not the governor, I'm not the Attorney General, I'm not privy to those conversations, so no, I cannot. But this bill would provide a procedure for the Attorney General to weigh in on any governor's executive order. And to address comments about the legislative process that were made prior, I understand the legislative process, no need to get defensive. I'm just merely stating a fact that the amendment wasn't brought in committee. So I would say if you have an amendment regarding public health disaster definition, absolutely bring that amendment, and it's perfectly appropriate to hear amendments on the floor as well. I was merely stating a fact to inform the body of, again, the legislative process that the bill was working through.
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you for clarifying that, and we will be happy to bring those amendments on the floor because this is committee of the whole and that's part of the process. So I'm glad you appreciate that part. My next question, do you have any concern that with the timing of the governor issuing an executive order and having to have the Attorney General 24 hours and then calling the special joint committee, that we could create any unintended consequences or gaps that could be detrimental to Kansans?
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Joint Committee becomes a part of the process once the emergency is declared. So the Joint Committee has a role when you're looking at executive orders, not whether the emergency comes into being or whether the proclamation should be so proclaimed. So the time frame provided would be, the Attorney General has 24 hours to provide an opinion, and then at the same time, the Joint Committee would be receiving the proposed order as the Attorney General, and then the Joint Committee could act with the advice of the Attorney General. So I think it's a good process so that, again, we are still striking the balance between government response and the needs of the people and make sure that we act as prudently as possible.
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you. I agree. It is important to act as prudently as possible. There is nothing in the bill that says that the meeting would take place in a timely manner.
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The term of art call the meeting is what's required of the Joint Committee, and that I don't recall on what page. But it does require the elected officials to call a meeting, and I'm sorry what page that's on, but the elected officials then have the discretion to determine, is this something we need to act on right away or not, and leave that up to the elected officials.
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you. I agree. It does allow that to be left up to the elected officials, but it says you have to call a meeting. It doesn't say that meeting has to be called within 24 hours, within 48 hours, within 3 weeks. So I think that is one of many flaws in this piece of legislation. My other question, so can you comment on the difference between order and recommendation? Those seem to be interchanged within the bill.
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to clarify my last response, I did see on page 4 at line 21, the chairperson of the joint committee shall call a meeting of the joint committee for the purposes of reviewing such order. It was discussed in committee about whether we should have language that also requires the holding of a meeting within any certain prescribed time. And it was the will of the body after deliberation that, in fact, there was, I believe, even a motion on it, or excuse me, an amendment on it to call and hold a meeting. And the committee determined that it wasn't prudent to so prescribe and be so prescriptive about what, again, the elected senators and representatives would have to do regarding holding the meeting. So that was discussed, and it was the determination of the committee that call of the meeting would be appropriate. And then with respect to the question, I apologize, I'm trying to clear up that answer, but the question then is regarding an order versus a recommendation. The committee also deliberated that word as well. And it was the determination of the committee that an order does have significant legal difference and distinguishment from a recommendation. And that if the local county health officer were to issue orders to be reviewed by the governing body, that the governing body might unduly defer to the order rather than going through the deliberations and the process of determining whether to adopt the recommendation. So it was the specific determination of the committee, and an amendment was brought to change it from order to recommendation throughout the bill.
Senator from Johnson.
I would agree with the senator from Johnson that there is a difference between a recommendation and an order, and I just think as you're reading this, I'm looking on page 8, section B, any recommendation issued by a city health officer appointed by the governing body of a city, including recommendations issued as a result of the executive order as the governor, shall be reviewed by the governing body affected. If an order is, I feel we are going from recommendation to order, and it's very confusing, and I think, as again, another flaw in this legislation that I think needs to be addressed prior to passing this bill. I could go on and on, but you all don't want to hear me talk. So, you know, I just think we have seen that there's too much room to politicize common sense public health recommendations, especially when they're coming from a member of a political party that you disagree with. And, you know, make no mistake, we would not be here today debating this bill if it was a Republican on the second floor. And I think if this is passed, we will have a lot of unintended consequences that will hurt all Kansas. And the fact that we are not able to be agile and address any public health or emergency issue in a timely manner.
Senator from Johnson, you wish to respond?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Regarding order versus recommendation, and then later it's talked about an order, the committee felt very strongly that local health officers should not be issuing orders when local health officers are not elected officials. So by requiring and restricting local health officers to only issue recommendations and then requiring the governing body in an open hearing, an open meeting, to review and vote on that recommendation, it holds our public elected officials accountable, and the people have a redress. They've got their elected officials making these decisions, not unelected local health officers. That was a concern of the committee. And then when it talks about an order issued by the governing body, that means then the local health officer, their recommendation is only going to be an order if after review by the governing body has so adopted the recommendation as an order. So that's why a recommendation can turn into an order, but only after it is properly vetted by the governing body of that local entity, and only after that local governing body provides documentation and justification for the order that they are going to issue. And I would also say that there's only kind of one side here that's politicizing this whole thing, and it's not this side. So this bill, should it become law, will be in effect whoever the governor is, whoever is on the second floor. So that's why I submit there are checks and balances in this bill between what the different branches of government and our local government can do as well when responding to an emergency.
Further questions for the Senator from Johnson, Senator from McPherson, Senator Wilborn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to take this opportunity to make a couple of comments. As the past chairman of Judiciary the last 4 years and now the vice chair, I can tell you I've spent a lot of hours on the KEMA bill last year, the session, then again this year. We all know that this bill isn't perfect. We know that it's been vetted, it's had a lot of input, and I totally stand behind it. But like the good chairman just said, we'll probably have a different governor here in 18 months, and that governor will have to work with this same piece of legislation. So we need to have a strong Senate position. This gives us a strong Senate position when we go into conference. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further questions for the Senator from Johnson, Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Fasquedo.
Oh, thank you. I'm going to be the new governor. No, Mr. Chairman, if the gentlelady from Johnson would stand for a question,
You
please.
standing?
Thank you so much. Just a quick question. I've not had a chance to read the entire bill, so 2 quick questions. So is there a sunset on this legislation, or would it just be longstanding? And in considering all things and all individuals involved in this bill, where does the National Guard come in making recommendations and having information to inform either the Attorney General or the Governor? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were a couple of questions there. First, when does it become effective, or actually, when is the sunset? Is there a sunset? There is not a sunset. The bill, were it to become law, would take effect after its publication in the Kansas Register. There is no sunset. Like the Senator from McPherson had said, that it's kind of a work in progress as it works its way through the legislative process, and it's meant to be, in its final product, long-standing law, so that Kansans can have some certainty about the procedures when we're acting under an emergency. With regard to the National Guard, it doesn't change how the governor or the state interact with the National Guard.
Further questions for the Senator from Johnson? See, Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do have just a couple of more questions, if the Senator from Johnson would stand for them.
You standing?
So, Mr. Chair, throughout this bill, there are references to accepted scientific methods, and those methods are acknowledged as effective by high-quality scientific data that includes systematic reviews of completed high-quality randomized controlled trials. How often in a pandemic that is from a new virus would our city commissions or county commissions have access to data from randomized controlled trials?
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not a county commissioner. I'm not a city councilwoman. I don't know, but I would yield to the senator from Reno who brought us that amendment and that definition if he wants to respond.
Senator Farina, you wish to respond?
I'd be happy to. Thank you, Chairman. This bill is full of legal terminology. And most recently, we added some scientific terminology. That's a critical component to this bill because one of the things you have to take away from an experience is some lessons learned. And we learned some lessons the hard way, that when you start misusing scientific information, calling anecdotes science, calling random observations science, making mandates based on guesses and not real solid scientific data, you run amok and you cause problems. You disrupt your school systems, you disrupt your economy, your businesses, you lay waste to mental health, addictions, abuse. And so yes, this is scientific terms. Yes, that data is out there and available. Sometimes you have to get scientists together to sort through it, but this terminology no longer allows for one narrow viewpoint that can then be abused. This protects society, it protects the individual. Does this bill go far enough? Not to me, it sure doesn't. You cannot allow unelected officials to make laws, to make mandates. At this point, we still are. You cannot allow anybody to look through the narrow viewpoint of science only. We should have in this bill the opportunity to weigh in on effects to mental health and on the economy. This bill isn't where it should be to protect our democracy. It's more about whimsical decision-making of unelected officials. So the scientific terminology is precise. It demands high standards before another person can impose their will upon you. And that's a basic tenet of a democracy, and I stand behind it 100%. Thank you.
Senator from Warren, you wishing to add to your response?
No, thank you. Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair, but no, thank you.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I very much appreciate that we are looking to scientific data. My concern was so much of what we heard was that we didn't know how this virus was being transmitted. We didn't have those studies at the beginning when it was important to take action. My other concern then would be, and this is with regards to cities, which again, I don't believe should necessarily be included in this bill, but cities, this is page 7, line 27, the city shall include justification of the accepted scientific means. Am I to read that we have to use scientific means that have systematic reviews, and then the governing body has to justify those? Is that how we read this section?
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That section intends to mean that the governing body of a city, if you're going to issue an order, you have to justify the issuing of the order based on scientific means. You have to be relying on accepted scientific means to justify the order that you are issuing as the governing body of the city.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would understand that and would certainly think we should include it, but what this bill says is that it shall include justification of the accepted scientific means. It doesn't say they have to show how they justified it. But So anyway, I think that that is just one more confusing thing out of the bill. Mr. Chair, I did point out to the body that on page 23, line 22, we were identifying 911 dispatch centers. I'm also privileged to serve on the 911 Next Generation Committee. I know that these dispatchers would very much like to be identified as emergency responders. And knowing that would feel I had failed in my job if I didn't make an amendment to the bill on that page. So I've turned in an amendment. It's 1534.
Are you going to wish to have it read, or you wish to explain it?
I wish to explain it.
Give us a moment to get it distributed. Senator, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In this part of the bill, there's a definition of emergency responder, and it says it includes, but is not limited to, law enforcement officers, firefighters, and then it says 911 dispatch centers. And so all I'm asking is that we strike centers and insert center personnel. I'd stand for any questions.
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Understand the intent of the amendment. I'm reluctant to strike 911 dispatch center from the, or centers from the bill, because I believe we need to specifically also address the centers as well. For instance, if we need funding to those centers, not just the personnel in them. So it was a very deliberate inclusion there, 911 dispatch centers, and I would suggest that we keep that in there, and maybe, and I'm also wondering if the center personnel aren't already covered in what we have on page 23 under, in fact, right after 911 dispatch centers on line 22, when it says emergency medical services personnel, and it says on line 23, public health personnel, possibly line 24, public works personnel. So I would be cautious in striking centers.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I hoped this would have been an easy amendment. In this case, we're looking on line 20, and that's where the sentence starts, and it says emergency responder includes. Everything else in that sentence talks about officers, firefighters, personnel, physicians, nurses, public health personnel. So this isn't getting money to the centers. This is identifying who is an emergency responder. Those emergency responders, I believe, should be individuals, not places. In no other part of that sentence does it identify a place.
Senator from Johnson, you wish to respond?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, understand the amendment, and I believe that of the 911 dispatch center personnel are covered in line 23, public health personnel. If there's a need to, I don't think it would be a problem to add 911 dispatch center personnel, but I think they're already covered.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am so appreciative when a 911 dispatcher can give some emergency advice about what to do in the case of a heart attack or what to do if someone isn't breathing. But they in no way are public health personnel. They are dispatchers. So I, again, believe it's very important, and they have asked, they made this specific request in a letter that I shared at the interim committee meeting, that they would like to be included in the definition of emergency responder.
Senator from Johnson, you wishing to respond?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I don't consider this an unfriendly amendment. I think we all appreciate what work that our 911 dispatch personnel provide around the clock, 24/7 around the clock, and certainly appreciate their efforts. I just want to make sure that we aren't striking centers. It was an intention to put it in there, and I would be concerned to remove it.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, we left in the word center, describing the location of those personnel. But again, in this list, those are people, this was a specific request. I believe that those dispatchers would be very disappointed if they found out that this was something that was brought to our attention and that the Senate declined to identify those individuals as emergency responders.
Further questions for the Senator from Douglas? Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Want to remind the committee that in section 14 on page 23, where we're talking about 911 dispatch centers, I've been reminded that the reason centers is in there is because we are looking at, on line 8, the Kansas Intrastate Emergency Mutual Aid Act. So it's specific to that act, and the Kansas Sheriff's Association has requested 911 dispatch centers. So as written, I cannot support the amendment because I cannot support striking centers, though I don't object to inserting center personnel.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can ask the reviser to for another amendment that would simply add the word 911 dispatch center personnel to this list, and I will do that.
Senator from Douglas, are you withdrawing your amendment? Are you?
I will withdraw this amendment and ask the body to wait for a new amendment.
While we're waiting, further questions for the Senator from Johnson. Seeing none, stand at ease for just. The body will stand at ease temporarily. Without objection, we will temporarily pass over this bill and turn our attention to Senate Bill 175. Chair recognizes Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand, for adoption of the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Senator, you may explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 175 is a bill that would create the Rural Hospital Act, Kansas Rural Hospital Act. This policy was brought to us by the Kansas Hospital Association. And with that, I will stand for questions.
Committee questions for the senator from Cherokee. Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman, are you seeking recognition? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry, I got distracted back here by the, could the senator from Cherokee stand for question?
You standing?
Senator, would you expound on why this bill is so important?
Senator from Cherokee.
Sorry, I was trying to get organized. I was caught off guard, so I'm trying to get in there. So yes, I would like to answer that. Back in 1986, the federal government passed a law that said that no hospital could refuse a patient regardless of ability to pay in an emergency room. Kansas hospitals, majority of their patients are Medicaid or Medicare reimbursement rate. Those are the two lowest reimbursement rates you can get. For every Medicaid or Medicare patient that they see, they actually lose money. And because they have so much unencumbered care from the emergency care, this, from that unfunded mandate in 1986 from our federal government, this bill, the federal government, we have to give kudos today because they worked on this bill to get this rural hospital designation passed for Congress so it would meet, that we were allowed to do this. This would allow Kansas hospitals to take advantage of that federal program.
Senator from Wyandotte.
And Senator, could you, so how will this change, or what rural providers will this affect, and how will it change their mode of care that they will be offering with the Rural Emergency Hospital Act?
Senator from Cherokee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hospitals, they have to be a rural hospital and they have to have be a critical access hospital currently designated as a critical access hospital, or they have to be a rural hospital with under 50 beds.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Would this have any effect on hospitals that have already closed?
Senator from Cherokee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Because the CMS decides that right now, that is still up in the air, but currently that is not in their definitions.
Senator from Wyandotte.
And why is, say that again, why is that currently not available to hospitals that have already closed?
Senator from Cherokee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Because that wasn't defined when the bill was passed in December, and CMS has not recognized that that would be part of the bill that was passed in December at the federal level.
Senator from Wyandotte.
So does that mean if there's a possibility, if there was a change at the federal level, that that hospitals that have recently closed could be eligible?
Senator from Cherokee.
That is correct.
Senator from Wyandotte.
And when can, if this legislation passes, when could rural emergency hospitals start operating in that mode?
Senator from Cherokee.
January of 23.
Senator from Wyandotte.
And is this just something that the hospital can decide, or is this a community process of decision making?
Senator from Cherokee.
If it is a community hospital, the community would be involved in that decision.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Would this legislation actually increase access to care for the uninsured?
Senator from Cherokee.
That's a hypothetical. I don't have that answer.
Senator from Wyandotte.
So is there anything in the bill that would, that speaks to expanding access to care?
Senator from Cherokee.
To my knowledge, all this will do is make a designation allow a hospital that is currently a critical care access hospital or a small rural hospital with beds under 50 to convert to a rural hospital. And one of the stipulations in the bill is that they can only have patients for overnight of I believe it's 1 or 2 days, and then they have to have an agreement with a regional hospital for any procedures over 1 day.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you. I think this is definitely a good piece of legislation that can help our rural communities, but it still doesn't speak to the over 145,000 Kansans that lack health insurance that Medicaid expansion could provide.
Further questions for the senator from Cherokee? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, this is a good bill. You know, back in 1986, the federal government put an unfunded mandate on rural hospitals. Ever since that mandate was put in, and because of the passing of the Affordable Care Act, our hospitals have been hurting. You've heard a number today. It's funny because it always changes. Today, that number is 145,000 uninsured Kansans, but in reality, that's not what the number is. The actual number is more along the lines of 46 to 48,000. To get up to your 135, 150, you are getting kids that are already qualified, people who already qualify for Medicaid, plus you're getting people coming off private insurance onto Medicaid. If you take people off of private insurance, you're taking away from the hospitals their biggest reimbursement rate and changing that with their lowest reimbursement rate. For every Medicaid person that a provider sees, they lose roughly 50 cents for every dollar of actual expense. With insurance, they get anywhere from 120 to 500% of what their actual cost is. This bill will help save some of our rural hospitals that are struggling. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I move that when the committee rises and it reports Senate Bill 175 favorable for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed? Motion carries. We're back on substitute for Senate Bill 273. Senator from Douglas, do you have an ETA? Senate will stand at ease for a moment. Committee will come back to order. Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If it's possible under our rules, I would like to reintroduce my amendment 1534.
Should be possible. Give us a moment in case we need to get anybody else to get it distributed to. Are you going to wish to re-explain it or have it read?
I had meant to and did include the word center, so this would just define some of those emergency responders as 911 dispatch center personnel.
Questions for the Senator from Douglas, Senator from Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to state that after further clarification on the amendment, I consider this a friendly amendment.
Further questions for the Senator from Douglas? Senator from Shawnee, Senator Kluse, are you seeking recognition? Seeing none, Senator, you may move your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the further discussion because this is important to people, but it's also important that we get this right. So I thank the senator who's carrying the bill, and sorry that I had just noticed this without much time to include her in that explanation. So I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed? Amendment is adopted. We're back on a bill. Further questions for the Senator from Johnson? Seeing none, vote. Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to be brief. I know the hour is late. Did that for the Senator from Johnson, my buddy. I wanted to see that last amendment, see where it's going, just to see if there's a willingness to work on behalf of on behalf of this measure. You know, it's been a lot of discussion in the committee about what this bill will do and what its intent is. And for those of us who go beyond these four corners of this chamber, the concern that we have about what is accessible, what scientific data that we have, and how we perceive quelling a pandemic and who will do that, the jury may be out. So I don't support this bill. We sat in judiciary, as the senator from Johnson said, and we listened to the pros and the cons. And my concern, Mr. Chair, is that in Kansas, we have some people that may be sitting on this new commission that will want to second guess a governor. And a governor should govern, if we could start with that. A governor should look at what's good for the whole, whether it's a pandemic or however that is, the good of the whole, not a patchwork response, county by county, city by city, and should look at the empirical data on whatever that field or that area is. I mean, if it's public health, then public health. And there have been those that want to look at alternate facts and that believe in Kansas and alternate facts. And for some of us, and for me, and which is why I don't support this, data is data. And if we're talking about a transmission rate, and I tend to believe that because of what the data says, not just in Kansas, but anywhere else, that to prevent a spread, we should probably all wear masks. And the data shows that that's what we should do. Data is data, but some will say, well, we're waiting to see what the empirical studies will show. And this patchwork quilt, whether it's in your county, Mr. Chair, or in my county, needs to be overseen, and one person or very limited numbers of people should make quick decisions as how best to quell the circumstances that we find ourselves in. I just want to ask my friends here in the Senate, or those I've met, those who I haven't, we should just be patient, a little while longer. I know it's been tough. I've got some small businesses that are asking me, when will this be over? Can they get reimbursed? We've all been beset with the ripple effect of unemployment insurance and all that. But Kansas has, under this governor, been pretty well managed already. We are pretty much rounding the curve. If you look at the statistics, if you'll pay attention to that data, Mr. Chair, for a second, I believe that Governor Kelly and those who have worked through the legislature have done a good job in bringing Kansas around. Yeah, the fallout, you'll say, or maybe some would say, is at what cost? Oh, you know, our economic or mental health or what have you. And I appreciate that those are real concerns. My focus are on the people who have gotten sick and the people who continue to get sick and the people that have died. The people who have pre-existing conditions that have led to their demise. And how quickly can we cycle out of this by having one firm hand on the wheel to guide us through it? I know they've got some national names in play like Fauci, and we've got some local names like Norman, and some would rather say that they're not taking into account in their data the things that are really important to each of us as the voices of the people. I don't want to get into those alternative facts, and as I take my seat right now, it's just important that we continue to limit the spread and reach the end, which is foreseeable, right around the corner. Yeah, I wear my mask all the time. Hey, they told me now I should wear two. I've been wearing two since the beginning because I know people who've gotten sick and died, and I just don't want to be on that number. I'm getting there, Mr. Chair. I just want to retire at some point. And I know people who didn't make it at a different point along the line because we couldn't be patient in a year and a half to get through this. I know some people that are not going to get the shot. There's stuff inside that vaccine that is going, you know, they're going to track us. All of that, the conspiracy theorists. But for those of us who want to, you know, look at the stats and try to get the best legislation through, and this is not it. Putting that 8-member commission in who would rather look at alternative facts and outside the real data, they're only going to hold us back in Kansas for being a part of the eradication as quickly as possible of this pandemic. And I would hope that we would all stand together and say, you know, we're going to rise above politics. We're going to rise above all this differing of opinion on that. And tick-tock, JD, it is really time, really, to pull together and to say, we'll get through this in just a little while, and don't name all these big commissions that are going to try to do something to the alternative just to say something to a governor because we don't happen to like party politics. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the Chamber's indulgence. Let's vote this down. Not that we will, but because we should.
Further questions for the senator from Johnson? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the robust debate this afternoon on this very important bill. There were some disparaging remarks made about Kansans, about the members of the Joint Committee on Emergency Management, and I don't think those are very helpful comments. This bill is looking forward. This bill is looking to how Kansas is going to govern, and we do need to come together to govern, and this bill puts in place procedures so that we strike a balance and find a solution to allowing government to act while protecting individual rights. So we don't need to talk about partisanship or anything. And again, I would mention it's just one side of the aisle that keeps mentioning partisanship, but this is meant to be in place to handle whatever comes before the great state of Kansas in the future, so that we have a procedure in place so we're not caught by surprise, and the local entities know how to process the emergency so our businesses have some certainty, so our school children have some certainty. And I think that the bill is a good process to get us through those things. So while it's not perfect, and government is not, but it strikes a good balance between government and citizen. So with that, Mr. Chair, I move that when the committee rises and it report substitute for Senate Bill 273 as amended favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries. Chair recognizes Senator from Sedgwick, Majority Leader Suellentrop, for a motion to rise and report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the committee rise and report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries.
The clerk will read the committee report.
On motion of Senator Suellentrop, the Senate resolved itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of bills on the calendar under the heading of General Orders, with Senator Bowers and then Senator Peterson in the chair. Recommended, Senate Bill 83 be amended by the adoption of the committee report, be further amended on motion of Senator Petty, and the bill be passed as further amended. Senate Bill 106 be amended by the adoption of the committee report, be further amended on motion of Senator Warren, and the bill be passed as further amended. House Bill 2002 be amended by the adoption of the committee report, be further amended on motion of Senator Billinger, and the bill be passed as further amended. Senate Bill 261 be amended by the adoption of the committee report, be further amended on motion of Senator Francisco, and the bill be passed as further amended. Senate Bill 273 be amended by the adoption of the committee report, recommending a substitute bill be amended on motion of Senator Pyle and Senator Francisco, and the substitute bill be passed as amended. Senate Bill 172, Senate Bill 143, Senate Bill 142, Senate Bill 175 be amended by the adoption of the committee reports, and the bills be passed as amended. Senate Bill 120, Senate Bill 86, Senate Bill 159, Senate Bill 62, Senate Bill 51, Senate Bill 126 be passed.
Chair recognizes Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Report's adopted. And it's not even 7 o'clock. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader from Sedgwick, Senator Suellentrop.
That's probably a good thing because the grandfathers need their sleep.
Phoebe Elaine.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move an emergency be declared, the rule suspended, and the following bill be advanced to final action and roll call. Substitute for Senate Bill 273.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. We'll hold for final action. We're now ready for final action. On this roll call, we'll take the following. The first 4 bills on the consent calendar on page 3, SB 20, SB 26, SB 89, and substitute for House Bill 2049, and the following bill on page 6, substitute for Senate Bill 273. Clerk will read the titles.
SB 20, an act concerning roads and highways. SB 26, an act concerning roads and highways. SB 89, an act concerning traffic regulations. Substitute House Bill 2049, an act concerning the legislative division of post-audit. Senate Bill 273, an act concerning governmental response to certain emergencies.
Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Billinger. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich, Dahl, Erickson, Fag, Faust-Godot, Francisco, Gossage, Haley, Hawk, Hildebrand, Holland, Holscher, Kirshen, Cluse, Longbine, Masterson, McGinn, Olson, O'Shea, Peck, Peterson, Petty, Pittman, Pyle, Steffen, Straub, Sullentrop, Sykes, Thompson, Tyson, Ware, Warren, Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Does any senator wish to explain their vote? Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just under a year ago, our world changed in unimaginable ways. When COVID-19 hit our state, we did not understand its spread, its fatality, and its long-term health impacts. Our governor, like many other governors in the country, responded swiftly to the outbreak to keep Kansans safe. By the time we nailed down appropriate mitigation strategies, ambitious elected leaders had already seized the opportunity to politicize the pandemic, which had led us directly to this terrible bill. This bill does not help Kansans. This bill will not help us respond to public health disasters in a way that protects Kansans. This bill is yet another dramatic overreach in an attempt to curb a Democratic governor's actions. We all know we would not be debating this bill if it's a Republican on the second floor. Times of disaster and emergency require swift action and agility, not partisan kneecapping. I vote no on Senate Bill 273.
Would you like to have your remarks spread on the journal? So ordered. Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgardner.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. One of the disadvantages of our consent calendar is we don't get to give much recognition to those items on that consent calendar. I would be remiss if I did not make mention of Senate Bill 20, because Senate Bill 20 is recognizing a portion of the United States Highway 69 as the Senator Dennis Wilson Memorial Highway. Senator Wilson had a distinguished career that included serving his community, his county, state, and country. He was a true servant leader. He was a veteran of the United States Air Force, Johnson County Treasurer, Water One Board member, Kansas representative, and he was the first individual to serve residents of Eastern Kansas in the 37th Senate District, which I am now honored to serve. Dennis Wilson, Senator Wilson, Officer Wilson will be remembered for his willingness to lend support to those in need. And the designation of the Senator Dennis Wilson Memorial Highway is just a small token of recognition for a giant amongst many, many Kansas leaders. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. President. If the body would remember, almost a year ago, myself and others attempted to change the emergency declaration through resolution. We were not able to do that. It sent us into a conference committee and resulted in the legislation that we dealt with during the emergency. The last bill that we had was just an extension of that effort, which I was extremely disappointed. This bill doesn't get us as far as I would like, but it is a good attempt in moving us in the correct direction for fixing emergency powers. Thank you, Mr. President.
Would you like your remarks spread on the journal? So ordered. Further explanation, Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. President. I didn't know if the senator from Johnson was going to have, she was having her on 273. With her permission, I'd like to join her in that. And Mr. President, I don't know if the senator from Miami, I didn't hear if you inquired regarding the Honorable Dennis Wilson, with whom I served in both the House and the Senate, if her remarks would be added to the journal.
Senator from Miami, and I even forgot to ask.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am preparing them to be published.
And with your permission?
With that permission, I'd be honored to join. Senator Dennis Wilson was indeed a giant in this legislature.
So ordered.
Thank you, Mr.
Senator from
President.
Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. President. I did not have the opportunity to serve with Senator Budberg, but I did have the opportunity to meet with him and get some advice when I was a newly elected legislator and he was one of my constituents. So I, too, am standing in support of Senate Bill 26, which honors a good senator and a great Senate president. Thank you.
Would you like your remarks spread on the journal?
If I can put something together, certainly. Thank you.
So ordered. Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
I'd like to, with the permission of the Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes, join her remarks.
So ordered. Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. With permission of the Senator from Miami, I'd like to join the remarks of my former seatmate, Senator Wilson. Also, with permission, I would like to join the remarks of the Senator from Douglas on Senate Bill 26.
So ordered. Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the permission from the Senator from Miami, I too would like to join with her comments for the late Senator Dennis Wilson. Thank you.
So ordered. Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would also be pleased to join the remarks of the Senator from Miami on Senate Bill 20.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. President. With her permission, I'd like to join the Senator from Johnson's comments regarding 273. And I also like to join the Senator from Douglas' comments regarding Senator Budberg on Senate Bill 26 with their permission.
So ordered. Chair will also join the remarks of the Senator from Miami. Further explanation? Are there changes of vote? Seeing none, the clerk will close the roll, tally the vote. $39 having been voted in favor and none against the passage of SB 20, SB 26, SB 89, and House Bill 2049. 27 having voted in favor and 12 against Senate Bill 273. These measures having reached their constitutional majority are hereby declared passed. Introduction of bills and concurrent resolutions.
Senate Bill 283 by Committee on Federal and State Affairs, an act concerning the COVID-19 response and reopening for businesses Liability Protection Act.
This constitutes introduction of SB 283. At this time, I'm referring 283 to the Committee on Judiciary. Reports of standing committees, the clerk will read.
Mr. President, the Committee on Judiciary recommends HB 2026 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Senator Warren, chairperson. Mr. President, the Committee on Public Health and Welfare recommends SB 238 be amended by substituting a new bill to be designated as substitute for Senate Bill 238, and the substitute bill be passed. Senator Hildebrand, chairperson. Mr. President, the Committee on Education recommends Senate Bill 173 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Senator Baumgardner, chairperson. Mr. President, the Committee on Transportation recommends Senate Bill 100 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Senator Peterson, chairperson. Mr. President, the Committee on Assessment and Taxation recommends Senate Bill 98 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Senator Tyson, chairperson. Mr. President, the Committee on Federal and State Affairs recommends SB 84 be amended by substituting a new bill to be designated as substitute for Senate Bill number 84, and the substitute bill be passed. Senator Alley, chairperson.
Are there announcements? Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. President. Judiciary Committee, our work is not yet done. We will be meeting at the lunch break tomorrow, Tuesday, in our regular room, 346 South. We will be hearing and possible final action in committee on Senate Bill 283 regarding the business liability for businesses as a result of COVID-19. Thank you, Mr. Chair, or excuse me, Mr. President.
Further announcements? Seeing none, Chair recognizes the Majority Leader from Sedgwick, Senator Solentraub.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate adjourn until 10 a.m. Excuse me, before that, we'll announce a caucus. Senate Republicans will meet at 9 o'clock in our usual room, 542 South, for caucus.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Senate Democrats will also plan to meet at 9 a.m. in our usual room, 287 North, to review the bills that are put on general orders for tomorrow.
Senator Solentraub.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senator.
Wait, Senator, I think you need to yield to Senator from Johnson real quick.
I yield.
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just want to clear up, Senate Judiciary will be meeting tomorrow, and I said a room, 346 South, but we're not for certain that that will be the room. So please, senators, committee members, be checking your emails, and then we will post where the meeting will be occurring also. Thank you.
Senator Solentraub.
I move the Senate adjourn until 10 a.m. on Tuesday, March 2nd, 2021.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Senate's adjourned.